Chapter 1. I'm sorry. This past week has been insane. I know I'm running on empty, but I swear it sounded like you said, I have to get married. Amanda Smith stared out the windows of her spacious corner office as she decided this time she'd finally caved under the pressures of work and was in the midst of some kind of epic meltdown. Harrington Snow, her grandmother's lawyer and friend, had the nerve to chuckle. Yes, Miss Smith, your grandmother's wishes were very clear. Amanda sat down abruptly in the chair, spinning round and round as she digested the horrifying news. After her grandmother's funeral, she'd left the cemetery and had driven straight to Myrtle Beach International Airport, no unnecessary stops in town, to catch a flight back home to Washington, D.C. It was the closest airport to Magnolia Beach, just over the North Carolina border, and an easy drive in the off-season. There hadn't been time after the funeral to visit with Graham's friends, nor to eat the endless meals prepared and waiting. Amanda couldn't bear to sit there with a fake smile pasted on her face, listening to everyone talk about Graham in the past tense. Graham would have understood why she couldn't be there. At least, Amanda hoped she would have. Work had been more stressful than usual. No matter how she'd tried to juggle her schedule, there hadn't been time to stop by Shell Cottage or to meet with the lawyer in person. Work beckoned, so Amanda did what she always did when confronted with too many tasks and not enough time in the day. She told herself tomorrow was another day. Once she was back in D.C., she'd tend to the details of Graham's estate, and that's what she planned to do, but time had gotten away from her. There was no one else at the company who could handle the new and demanding client, so it had been up to her, and Amanda never let work slip, no matter what. She'd worked when she had the flu, when there was a blizzard, and when the streets flooded after a hurricane came barreling up the coast. Amanda was more reliable than the post office. During the flight home from the funeral, Amanda was in a daze. When the flight attendant placed a gentle hand on her shoulder, she opened her eyes to see the entire plane was empty and quiet. Lost in grief, she hadn't even realized they'd landed. It wasn't cowardly at all to skip the visit to the beloved cottage. Without Graham puttering around, she worried the house would no longer feel like home. If she was being honest, that was the real reason she hadn't made the time. She was scared the house would feel empty and lost. Back at the office, the new product launch had gone off without a hitch. She'd spent 2 weeks putting out fires and finding cute baby goats for an ad campaign. Today was the first day she'd been able to block out time to deal with the estate and make the call she'd been dreading to the lawyer. As Amanda breathed in slowly through her nose for a count of 4, held the breath for a count of 4, and finally slowly exhaled for a count of 4, she wished she had waited longer to make the call. Like never. I can't believe Graham would put such an outdated, ridiculous decree in her will. This is the 21st century, not the 18th. She rubbed her temples as she spun around, one foot tucked under her, the other sinking into the plush carpet and making prints of her toes as Amanda pushed the chair faster and faster. Your grandmother changed her will after you visited at Thanksgiving. She worried you would end up alone and lonely. He chuckled again. She said the only company you had was a pet fish. Mr. Snow spoke matter-of-factly, the sounds of papers rustling in the background as he spoke again, his booming voice filling her ear. Your grandmother used to talk about how her family was different. She only had one child when her friends had 3 or 4 kids with large extended families. You were the only family she had left in the world. The lawyer cleared his throat. Over the past year, She worried about you. It upset her greatly to know you would be all alone in the world when she passed. She worried work had become a substitute for a loving relationship, and she said you needed love in your life. I have a fish. Mr. Fish loves me. With a lump in her throat, Amanda stopped spinning and stared out the window at the dull silver sky, the slushy snow, gray and dreary. Everywhere she looked, nothing but gray, from the buildings to the sidewalks to the bare trees. It was depressing. Her grandmother was gone, yet life went on. 14 stories below, the city bustled with activity. Up this high, the sounds of traffic were muted as she gazed down to watch everyone hurrying along to wherever they were going. Normally, the frenzied activity felt peaceful, ordered, until today. She gripped the phone tightly, the pain unspooling through her all over again. Her Grammy was gone, and she was right as usual. Amanda was all alone in the world. Panic rose in her throat, threatening to choke her. With a swallow, she forced it down, forced her voice to normalcy. It's not like I can go to Nordstrom and purchase a groom in a box. How on earth am I supposed to find a husband in a month? It's utterly impossible. Be that as it may, that was your grandmother's wish, and if you want to inherit... He trailed off, the sound of shuffling papers filling the silence. It had been 8 years since she'd left Magnolia Beach to go to college up north. During her senior year, Amanda accepted a job offer in Washington, D.C., and from that day forward, her life had been all about work, getting ahead, and securing her future. Holidays were the only time she'd been back to Magnolia Beach in the past 3 years. She'd spent summers during school taking extra classes so she could graduate on time in 4 years with a major in business marketing and a minor in design. And after, she ran herself ragged to prove she was just as good as any man, worked twice as hard to be seen as an equal. There hadn't been time for vacations and dating. The dates she'd gone on, disastrous. How did meeting that special someone come so easily for some people? They found each other and were happy, but not her. A few times a year, Amanda managed to fly home to see Graham, but it hadn't been nearly enough. She was ashamed she hadn't made more time for the one person she loved more than anything on earth. Time, the one thing she couldn't buy. She wiped a tear from her cheek and turned away from the floor-to-ceiling windows of her office to stare at the neatly organized desk. Harrington blew his nose. He'd been her grandmother's lawyer and friend for as long as Amanda could remember. He must be in his 70s by now. She'd heard he was bringing in a replacement and retiring soon. What on earth would he do all day? She couldn't imagine having endless days to fill. His voice pulled her out of memories. Let me see. Oh, yes. Here it is. The codicil states that you will live full-time in Shell Cottage for 1 year with your husband, whom you must marry within 1 month of the reading of the will, and you must stay married and live together in Shell Cottage for 1 year. At the end of the year, you are free to dissolve the marriage and sell the cottage if you so choose. You will receive $500,000 today, and when the year is over, you will receive your full inheritance, which is $9 million, besides the cottage, which is valued at $1 million. Or you can reject the codicil and keep the $500,000. The cottage will be sold, and the rest of the estate divided between multiple charities. Oh my stars, how on earth am I going to find someone to marry me in a month? I'm not even dating anyone. Amanda was standing now, pressing her forehead against the cool glass of the window, listening to her heartbeat. "It is a great deal of money, Miss Smith." Harrington took a sip of something, likely sweet tea, and her mouth watered, thinking of the beverage she could never get here in town. Oh, sure, they had what they called sweet tea, but it wasn't the same. Not by a long shot. "If I might offer a suggestion, your grandmother thought Chase Harrison would be an ideal match." Amanda held the phone away from her face, squinting at the black plastic as if she could see through it to the expression on the lawyer's face. Chase Harrison, hellion on a motorcycle that I dated in high school, left me and never looked back? That Chase Harrison? The lawyer chuckled. "The same. He went to work on a fishing boat in Alaska for a year after high school, then came back home, settled down, and built a fishing charter business right here in Magnolia Beach." Horror filled her. "No way. I'll find someone else." Not while she had breath in her body. He ran over her heart with his motorcycle and never looked back. Didn't even say goodbye. Simply left her waiting on the pier. She'd waited all night. Waited until the sun came up. At least now she knew where he'd gone, but not why he'd left without an explanation. "You have 1 month, starting today." The lawyer took another sip of tea. "Come by the office and see me when you get to town. I'll have the keys to the cottage waiting, along with some papers for you to sign." Amanda hung up the phone in a daze. She glimpsed herself in the picture's reflection on her desk. A picture of her and Graham. They'd gone to a pick-your-own blackberry farm. In the photo, they were laughing as Graham held a handful of blackberries up to Amanda's face. In the reflection, her blue eyes looked sad. Her face was pale, and her red hair, normally, in her opinion, her best feature, looked like she'd been rubbing it against a wall all day. "Amanda," her assistant stood in the doorway, door partway open. "I've been messaging you. Kevin wants to see you in his office." She smiled. "I bet you're finally getting that promotion. It's about time." The woman grinned. "Wait until Joe finds out you got it instead of him. I bet his head will spin around and pop off." Amanda smiled. "Thanks. On my way." When she stood, a wave of dizziness hit her. When was the last time she'd eaten? She shrugged. She'd grab a banana later. Didn't it just figure? Now that she had to leave her job and her life, her boss would finally promote her. Kevin was difficult on the best days. There was no way he'd give her a leave of absence, especially for an entire year. With a sigh, she gathered up the files for all of her current campaigns and made her way across the building, heels tapping on the marble floor. The entire way to her boss's office, she ran through the few guys she dated that had lasted longer than a few weeks. The list was painfully short. When you worked all the time, you didn't have time to date. Politics weren't her thing, so a lot of guys weren't interested in her for that reason, or they wanted a wife who would stay home and raise the kids while they worked. No, thank you. For some reason, she dated and then went for long dry spells where she didn't meet anyone. Maybe she gave off stay-away vibes. Who knew? And old boyfriends from her past? There were a couple of guys, but she had no idea what had become of them. They were probably married with a bunch of kids. The door to Kevin's office was closed, meaning there was important business going on and he wasn't to be disturbed. His assistant looked up. "Go on in. He's expecting you." Amanda knocked and went in, closing the door behind her. "Amanda, please have a seat." Kevin sat back in his chair, a fist under his fleshy chin, his "this is serious business" look on his face. He was a short man with a receding hairline and a petty streak a mile wide. "You've worked hard, done a great job. You're a good team player, always willing to pitch in. You don't have kids, so it's easier for you to give all your time to the job." He glanced at his phone, then cleared his throat. What a jerk. Kevin was a chauvinist who came from old money and looked down on everyone. Normally, she brushed it off, confident her work would speak for itself, but a niggling sense of unease worked its way up her back as he went on about how much he valued her contributions. He took a sip of coffee, then leaned back in his chair as if he could get away from her. "The promotion to Director of Product Development is going to Joe." Already smiling, Amanda leaned forward in the chair, blinking. "I'm sorry. Did you say Joe got the job? Not me? Her dream job? The one she'd worked so hard for? The job she'd given everything to was going to that guy?" "I've worked more hours than Joe, brought in more clients. Why?" Kevin frowned. "Yes, you work more hours, but working more hours doesn't always mean you're efficient." She sat back, stunned as he went on, oblivious to the storm building within her. "I need you where you are, interfacing with clients, getting things done. And Joe has a family. His wife is expecting again. He needs the money." He shrugged. "You're single. You don't need the extra money. I need you on the ground." Kevin stood, signaling the meeting was over. "We've got a busy 6 months ahead. Let's all work as a team to ensure a smooth transition." Her eyebrows rose to her hairline. There was a buzzing in her ears as Amanda wiped her clammy hands on her skirt and shook her head. "I've given everything to the firm. Being single shouldn't be a strike against me." Amanda stood, clutching the stack of folders in her arms. "Please accept my resignation, effective immediately. I'll hand over my files to Joe on my way out." By the time she'd finished speaking, Kevin's face was an angry, dark red. "You're walking out after I gave you time off for a family thing?" "I haven't had a real vacation in over 3 years." She swallowed and whispered, "My grandmother dying wasn't a family thing." Almost to the door, he called out after her, "Don't expect a reference from me." Amanda shut the door behind her. Joe's office was down the hallway. Not bothering to knock, she opened the door to find him and 3 of their colleagues sitting with their feet up on the coffee table. He jumped up when he saw her. "Hey, Amanda, we were—" "Congratulations on the promotion and the baby." She dropped the stack of brightly colored folders on the table, making the men pull their feet back as they hit the table with a thud. "All my current project files." She turned and walked away. "Wait, what do you mean?" Looking over her shoulder, Amanda smiled for the first time since she'd set foot in her boss's office. "Oh, didn't you hear? I resigned." And with that, she walked out of his office without looking back. A brief stop at her own office, and Amanda had the picture of Graham, her coat, and purse in hand. She looked around at the space she'd called home since graduating from college 4 years ago. It felt like 20. There was nothing personal here, nothing that said this was her personal space. She dropped her badge, company phone, and credit card, along with her keys, on her assistant's desk, along with a hastily scrawled note formally announcing her resignation. Before security had time to show up to escort her from the building, Amanda walked outside into the frigid air and hailed a cab. On the way to her apartment, Amanda called Human Resources and told them she'd resigned and had left her company property and a resignation letter with her assistant. The nice man on the phone confirmed she was due 13 weeks of vacation pay. With the vacation pay, her savings, and the money from Graham, she'd be fine, more than fine. Since the day she'd turned 16, Amanda had worked, made her own money. What on earth was she going to do with her time? Besides getting married. Kind of hard to get married when there wasn't a boyfriend in the picture. Amanda let out a long, weary sigh. "Everything okay?" The cabbie glanced at her in the rearview mirror. "Just trying to figure out the rest of my life." He laughed. "An admirable goal. Start with today. The rest will fall into place, like the stars in the sky. Everything has a place in this world." Of course, she got a philosopher cabbie. With a scowl, she sat back in the seat and scrolled through her phone, making a list of potential husbands. It couldn't be that hard to find a temporary husband for a year, could it? Chapter 2. Chase Harrison used the hem of his t-shirt to wipe the sweat and grime from his face. There was nothing left, nothing to salvage. His life was over. Today started out like any other day. Who would have guessed it would end in fire and wreckage? He'd taken 3 guys out fishing. The sun was shining. Everyone caught a few fish. It had been a perfect day, until it wasn't. One guy drank too much. He was fooling around and set the boat on fire. To his eternal embarrassment, they called the Coast Guard out to rescue them all. One of his friends had taken pictures, laughing so hard he had to wipe his eyes. He'd told Chase to look for the pictures in the local paper. The one of Chase rescuing the fish they'd caught was sure to make the front page. He'd stood on his own 2 feet since he was a teenager. No way was he asking his brother for help. Anyway, Alex and Rose needed every cent to put back into their new endeavors. "Hey, Chase." One man sheepishly lifted a piece of the boat, holding it out to him. "I grabbed this before she went down. I'm real sorry about Jim. He doesn't know when to stop." A lump in his throat, Chase took the jagged wood, running his fingers over the faded words. Chasing the big one was gone for good. He cleared his throat. "Appreciate it." The guys hightailed it off the Coast Guard boat, while Chase sat on the dock, staring out at the wreckage of his life. After everyone left, he got to his feet, carefully put what was left of his baby into the back of his truck, and drove back to the condo. He'd propped the name against the wall, and then sat down, running his fingers through his shaggy black hair, trying to figure out what to do. When his phone rang, he looked at the name and took a deep breath. "Give me a little more time." Chase leaned over the balcony, looking out at the marina. "Isn't there anything you can do?" The bank manager was apologetic. "I'm sorry, Mr. Harrison, but we've already extended your loan several times. You have 30 days to pay the balance owed on the boat." Where was he going to find $20,000 in a month? If he'd had money lying around, he would have paid the insurance. Chase swore and pressed his palms into his eyes. A ride out to his favorite dive place for lunch and then a walk on the beach would clear his head. Somehow he'd find the money. It had been his dying mother's wish for him to do what he loved. No way was he letting her down. He'd finished eating and was sitting at the table watching the gulls when a shadow fell over the table. "Heard what happened." Earl handed him a beer. "Also heard you let the insurance lapse." Chase looked up. "I had to pay off the rest of the hospital debts. I plan to renew the insurance after the high season." He slugged back the icy cold brew. "Don't say a word to Alex." The mechanic grunted. "Wasn't planning on it. I know a guy down in Louisiana. Has a boat he's looking to let go. It's wood, like yours was, from the 1940s. Not asking much, but she needs a lot of work." "How much?" "7,000. Once you restore her, she'll run forever. Mabel says I need a project. I'd help you out. Can get you the parts at cost." "I don't have the money." Chase hunched over the table. "Let me run some numbers, see what I can come up with." The next day, just when he thought things couldn't get any worse, Chase ran into his ex. What was it with him and redheads? A face from the past flashed into his mind, and just as fast he shut it down. Nope, wasn't thinking about that train wreck of a relationship. Everyone cheated, from the woman in his past to the woman in front of him. "I heard about the boat. Shame." Carrie tossed her red hair and looked up at him through her lashes. He knew what she saw. A man with black hair the color of midnight, emerald green eyes, and a year-round tan. He was strong from working on boats all his life, and at 6'2", towered over her. Maybe everybody had a certain type they gravitated towards. Barely resisting the urge to roll his eyes, Chase forced himself to be pleasant. "Thanks." As he pushed the grocery cart out to his truck, she followed along, taking small steps on impossibly high heels. Who wore high heels to go to the grocery store? Carrie had always been high maintenance. She took hold of his arm, forcing him to look at her. "I'd like another chance. We were good together." She'd painted her nails bright red and wore them so long he wondered how she could do anything. The woman had an iron grip. Gently, Chase unwrapped each of her fingers from his arm. He took a step back. "What you did? Telling people I was fooling around with my brother's girlfriend?" Chase pressed his lips together, wondering what he'd ever seen in such a mean-spirited person. "That's not the kind of woman I want in my life." He finished loading the groceries in the truck and wheeled the cart to the cart return. "I wish you all the best." Chase opened the door to the truck. "But you and me, that's over and done." With that, he shut the door and drove off. When he looked in the rearview mirror, he saw Carrie stomp over to her bright red car, yank the door open, hitting the car beside her, before she peeled off in the opposite direction. I am so done with crazy women. All he wanted was to rewind a few days and start over. At least Carrie made 3 in the things come in threes rule. The boat burning, being in debt again, and running into his ex. Nothing else would go wrong now. He was in the clear. On that happy thought, Chase turned up the radio and headed over to the fish market to see if he could help out on the boat to bring in some extra cash while he figured out his life. A flash of color sped past his truck as Chase slammed on the brakes in the parking lot of the fish market. Clem came running out, face beet red, waving his arms and yelling. "Was that Bandit and Smoky?" Clem scowled before breaking into a grin. "Did you see the size of the fish Bandit stole?" He opened the door for Chase. "I heard they broke into What Ails You and ate the hamburger last night. No special today." Chase scrubbed a hand over his cheek. He needed to shave. Clem handed Chase an icy-cold bottle of Pepsi. "Alex and Rose try, but I think those dogs have superpowers." Chase laughed. "I've seen them open doors. It's amazing." Clem sat at the scarred wooden table. "Amazing when they're not yours. Kind of like kids." They caught up for a bit, and Chase pushed his troubles out of his mind. Clem had 3 kids and a 4th on the way. His friend leaned back in his chair, waiting for Chase to spill his guts. "Guess you heard what happened." "Real sorry to hear about the boat. You looking for work?" Clem took off his baseball hat. ran his hands through red hair, and put the hat back on, pulling the brim down low. "I know things are slow now, but if you have anything, I'd appreciate it." He rubbed his hands on the thighs of his jeans. It was cold today. He should have known the few warm days were a warning. But no, he had to take out a charter on New Year's Eve, and now he was unemployed, couldn't afford his rent, and was trying to figure out a way not to move in with his brother. At least, nothing else could go wrong. Chapter 3. Why was husband hunting so difficult? Amanda turned the phone face down on the glass table so she wouldn't have to look at the blank screen again. Over the past week, she'd called the 3 exes who'd been the least annoying. They were the ones she'd decided she could tolerate being together with in the same house all the time for an entire year. A shiver ran through her at the thought. The antique teacup and saucer caught the light, making the thin pink and white striped porcelain glow in the weak winter light. She took a sip of the hot cinnamon tea, wondering how on earth she could stomach living with someone she wasn't in love with, not to mention having to marry them, something she thought she'd only ever do once in a lifetime. The dream she'd had last night, of a man and a woman yelling, doors slamming, and a woman sobbing, passed behind her eyes before she pushed the worry away. "I hope you're up there laughing your head off at me, Graham." Amanda scowled out the window. Graham always liked to have the last word. Guess one person's cast-offs were another's treasure. One of her exes had married, one was divorced, but said no way would he leave his current life for something so ridiculous, like moving to some rinky-dink town where there wasn't anything to do but get sand all over everything. He hated the beach and didn't care that she was offering $100,000 up front and another $200 at the end of the year. He had the nerve to tell her he wouldn't spend a year with her and her annoying quirks and stupid rules for $1,000,000. The second string of choices hadn't gone much better. One guy wanted full marriage benefits, which was a deal breaker. This was a platonic agreement only, a business arrangement, nothing more, and after the year was over, she'd be free to do what she wanted. No way was she going to answer to anyone but herself for the foreseeable future. The last guy was single, but serving in the Navy overseas and wouldn't be back for a year, so he was out. No way was Amanda offering some random guy off the street money to marry her. She had some pride. Plus, she had to live with him, so at a minimum, she wanted someone she enjoyed spending time with, or could at least tolerate. She snorted and dropped 4 pellets of food in the retro aquarium. "We don't need anybody, do we, Mr. Fish?" He was a royal blue with a stunning fringed tail, a blue crown-tail beta, also known as a Siamese fighting fish. He did best on his own, much like her. The fish ate a pellet and swam around the round aquarium. He was the perfect pet, easy, undemanding, and he didn't offer opinions. "Too bad I can't marry a fish." She touched the glass. "Think Mr. Snow would believe I'm a mermaid and let me marry you?" Mr. Fish swam in lazy circles, contemplating the idea. She flopped down on the sofa, wrapped the Afghan around her, and picked up her phone again. There had to be somebody. Anybody other than him. Midway through the second week of the month deadline, Amanda called the management office to make sure everything was ready for her to vacate the apartment in less than 2 weeks. When she graduated college, she'd moved into a furnished place, meaning to find something later, but she'd been so busy with her career, she'd never found the time. The apartment looked like a typical corporate apartment or nice hotel room. Soothing neutral colors and furniture, bland generic artwork on the walls, but since it was in a great location, she'd snapped it up. When she moved into Shell Cottage, Amanda would paint every room in the brightest colors she could find. No more quiet colors for her. If she remembered correctly, she had stuff at Graham's in her old bedroom and stored in the attic, along with some old dusty boxes that had been there as long as she could remember. "I miss you," she whispered. Amanda swallowed a few times, willing herself not to cry again. Closing her eyes, she conjured Graham's face, the scent of fresh flowers mixed with something baking, and her perfume. As hard as she tried, she couldn't picture her mother's face without looking at the few pictures Graham had stored away in a box. Her mother died when Amanda was 2, and Graham raised her, just the two of them. Graham told her that her mom had gotten pregnant in college, and the boy wanted nothing to do with her. She'd refused to name him, and to this day, Graham and Amanda knew nothing about him, not even his name. Graham had been mother and father to her. The next day, Amanda was up and out of the apartment early to meet her first interview, as she thought of him. After combing through social media, she'd come up with 2 final guys. Since she couldn't remember why it hadn't worked out with either of them, she messaged one to meet for coffee and the other to meet for lunch. By this afternoon, there would be an arrangement in place, and she'd check getting married off the list. Turning her head side to side, Amanda nodded, satisfied her hair looked good. She'd pulled the long, wavy auburn mess into a high ponytail, put in long earrings that looked like tassels, and made sure her makeup looked like she wasn't wearing any. Why did it take 3 times as long to create the natural look? The weather folks said the temperatures would barely reach the low 30s today, so she rummaged through the closet for a pair of jeans. A long-sleeved t-shirt with a thick, cozy black sweater over it and a pair of bright red hunter boots completed the look. The jeans were loose. She frowned, looking in the mirror at the dark circles under her eyes and pale skin. When she was stressed, Amanda forgot to eat. While most of her friends wished they had the same problem, it wasn't fun when you were so skinny the men you dated asked if you had an eating disorder, which she did not and wasn't funny to joke about. They usually told her to calm down. She'd tell them off and go home alone. Again. Amanda loved a burger and fries as much as the next person, but she'd get so focused on whatever she was doing that she didn't eat until she felt sick or was so dizzy she'd almost pass out. Graham used to fuss over her being too skinny, then she'd make all her favorites. Since she'd lost the woman who'd been more like a mother than her own mother, Amanda had hardly eaten a thing. The oven in the apartment looked brand new. She'd filled it with excess shoes, while the refrigerator contained a bottle of wine, a bottle of salad dressing, and several bottles of nail polish. When she got to the cottage, Amanda would go through Graham's favorite cookbook, dust off her rusty cooking skills, and make all of her favorites. On the way out the door, she stopped by Mr. Fish's tank, pressed her lips to the glass, leaving a faint beige lip print. "Be good. No wild parties while I'm gone." Humming to herself, she took the elevator down and stepped out into the bitter cold day. Husband hunting. What a way to start the new year. A blast of warm air hit her as Amanda pushed through the doors of the cafe. Where was he? She scanned the tables looking for him. Amanda. Jake waved to her as she made her way through the small, crowded space. When she got to the tiny table by the window, she pulled off her scarf, gloves, and coat. "Hey, Jake." She sat down. "Thanks for meeting me. I know I sounded kind of cryptic in my message." He snapped his fingers to get the server's attention, making Amanda frown. "Can I get you something?" The woman looked frazzled, dealing with the morning rush. Jake reeled off his coffee order, then looked to her. "Chai tea latte, thanks." He handed the waitress the menus, not bothering to thank her. "It's good to hear from you. I can't believe I'm saying this to a woman. You're way too skinny." He frowned at her. "You're not pretty enough to be a model, so why starve yourself?" His phone rang, and he held up a finger as he took the call. While she fumed and waited, he proceeded to have what was obviously not an emergency or a work call. When he hung up, he glanced at her. "Let me respond to this email. Then I'm all yours." The reason things didn't work out came back to her. Not only did he have a hang-up with how women looked and what brands they wore, he was rude. It was a huge pet peeve of hers when the people you were with answered their phones or scrolled through social media instead of focusing on the person they were with. By the time they were halfway finished with their coffees, Amanda knew it would never work. "Thanks for meeting me, Jake. I have to go." She dropped a few bills on the table. He put his phone down. "What? Thought you wanted to talk about getting back together." "I think you'd do better to date your phone." Amanda pulled her coat on as she made her way through the crowds. What a disaster. With a couple hours until she had to meet Henry for lunch, she played tourist and wandered through the Smithsonian. There was so much energy here, so much to do. Magnolia Beach would be a big change. Maybe big change is just what I need. A couple with 2 kids looked at her and quickly moved away. Later that afternoon, Amanda sat on a bench in the National Gallery of Art and tried not to cry. Lunch had been a disaster. Henry ordered for her without asking what she wanted, criticized the way she dressed, and had the nerve to tell her he thought she needed a bit of work done. She was looking old. At 26. What had she ever seen in him in the first place? He told her the only thing she'd ever loved was her job, said she hid behind it, so she didn't have to risk her heart. Amanda angrily wiped the tears from her cheeks. She leaned over, hands on her knees, hanging her head in defeat. There was no one left, except Chase. If Graham suggested him, he must be single and in need of money. "Shut up," she told the voice. No, not happening. She'd find someone else. Anybody but the guy who destroyed her young heart. On the Monday of the 3rd week, desperation set in. Amanda was running out of time. Since she had to be out of the apartment today, she'd already packed up her belongings. The week before, she'd taken 10 bags of stuff and donated them to a shelter. As she stood back, hands on her hips, looking at the poor little Prius stuffed to the gills, she breathed in and out slowly, letting go some of the stress she'd been carrying since Graham died and she'd recklessly quit her job. It was time to go home, back to Shell Cottage and the happy memories of childhood. The heat filled the car as she turned the corner without looking back. As she passed the monuments, Amanda knew it was time for new beginnings. For far too long she'd let work consume her, let life pass her by. Losing Graham had tilted her world, shifted her perspective to what really mattered in life. No more living to work. It's time to figure out what's important. And with that declaration, she turned up the radio, cranked the heat, and decided in the spring she'd buy a convertible, or maybe a Jeep. Once she arrived at the cottage, she'd figure out what to do. Graham's lawyer was a widow. Maybe he'd take pity on her and agree to get hitched. She snorted out loud. Nope. Mr. Snow would laugh in his big booming voice and tell her to go see Chase. Every road pointed to Chase Harrison. A roommate situation would be best, not someone who would break her heart and destroy her all over again. Amanda had worked hard to build up the walls surrounding her scarred heart. No way was she letting him near her with his battering ram of a smile. Chapter 4. By the time Amanda crossed the border into North Carolina, she'd had it with the little fuel-efficient car. It was great on gas mileage, but so uncomfortable for long drives. She stopped at a huge car dealership where the guy was happy to take the vehicle in trade. It was only a couple of years old and had low mileage since Amanda worked all the time. With a demand for efficient cars, she ended up with an even trade. A metallic blue convertible had caught her eye. The guy who traded it in was moving to Wyoming. The car had just enough room for her belongings, so she took it as a sign it was meant to be hers and groaned with pleasure when she sat back in the cushy seats. As she pulled onto the interstate, the heated seats and steering wheel warmed her, making it cozy inside the car. Another plus, the car came with a year of satellite radio. Amanda sang along to The Cure and other bands from the 80s and 90s as she drove closer and closer to her new life and her beloved Shell Cottage. Graham and the cottage had been the constants in her life, home. When it was warm again, she would put on big oversized sunglasses, pull her hair up in a bun, and drive all around town. After all, she had an entire year to fill. Might as well enjoy herself. Head pounding to the beat of the music, Amanda couldn't remember the last time she'd eaten. Maybe she'd had an apple yesterday? No wonder she had a headache. Up ahead was the lawyer's office on a street a few blocks from the beach. She'd caught glimpses of the ocean as she drove closer and closer to the only place she'd ever called home. A bell above the door tinkled. Someone decorated the office in jeweled tones with antiques and comfy chairs scattered throughout the tasteful space. "You must be Amanda. I'm Alice." A woman in her 60s with beautiful silver hair greeted her. "I'm so sorry about your grandmother. She was a lovely lady." She cleared her throat. "Thank you." It was hot in the office. Sweat trickled down the back of her shirt as Amanda pulled off her hat, gloves, scarf, and coat. "Phew, that's better." "Can I get you something to drink? Tea? Mr. Snow will be a few minutes." "I'd love a glass of tea." "Make yourself comfortable." Alice disappeared through a doorway, leaving Amanda to her thoughts. She piled her winter stuff on an empty chair and looked around the beautifully appointed office while she waited. The smell of cloves and oranges made her blink away tears. Amanda hadn't seen the old lawyer since she was in high school. His aftershave brought back all kinds of memories. "Alice had a call, so I brought the tea myself." Mr. Snow smiled at her, his hair silver, blue eyes lively. "Shall we go back to my office?" She accepted the glass of tea and took a sip, the sweet taste telling her she was home. He led the way to his office. The desk was mahogany and took up half the huge space. His windows looked out to the back of the building where there was a garden with a couple of tables and chairs. It would be pretty in the spring. "Please, have a seat." He sat in one of the plush chairs, a folder on the marble table in front of him. Amanda took the chair across from him. "I'm sorry about your grandmother." He placed the keys on the table. "I've had someone come in to clean once a week. I'll give you the number if you'd like to continue with the service." "Please, that would be great. I'm going over to the cottage next." Amanda tucked a leg underneath her as she sat in the oversized chair. "You said on the phone there were some papers to sign?" At that moment, the door opened and a good-looking guy strode in. She leaned forward and tried to catch a glimpse of his left hand. Maybe he would marry her. "Colton, come on in." The guy shook her hand. "Colton James. He's taking over for me when I retire." The lawyer sipped his tea, a grin on his face as if he knew what she was thinking. "Nice to meet you. I'm Amanda Smith." She arched a brow at Graham's lawyer and grinned. "You don't happen to be single, do you, Colton?" The guy tripped over the table as he sat down. Mr. Snow laughed. "I'm afraid Colton is a confirmed bachelor." She sighed. Can't blame a girl for trying. Then she narrowed her eyes. "Mr. Snow." "Please, call me Harrington." He crossed his legs, dressed in slacks and a button-down shirt. The man would fit in perfectly in any fancy D.C. law office. "And no, I can't marry you either." He held up a hand. "Already taken." She gaped. When did you get married? And how had he found someone when she couldn't find anyone to marry her? "A few years back." He chuckled. "Your grandmother introduced us. Colton will take over the firm when I retire, and I'm going to travel, see the country. A road trip, as you youngsters call it." They talked a bit longer. Amanda signed the last of the paperwork. Then she stood. "It was nice to meet you, Colton, even if I couldn't tempt you to marry me." "Afraid I gave my heart a long, long time ago," he said. "I'm sure you'll figure out a solution. Harrington tells me you're smart and resourceful." She rolled her eyes. "See you both later." Mr. Snow walked her out to the reception area. "If you need anything, please let me know." He patted her on the shoulder. "You're running out of time. Go see Chase. Time has a way of easing old hurts." Refusing to answer, she yanked on her coat and pulled the door open, gasping as a gust of cold, salty wind hit her. After being inside the hot office, it was like walking into the cold section of the grocery store. Amanda drove a few blocks, and there it was. Home. Shell Cottage. Her throat closed up. The cottage was looking worn, but standing strong. But the cozy, welcoming feeling she always got when she visited had left, just like Graham. Tears streamed down her face. "I miss you so much." She blew her nose. "Why on earth would you put such a ridiculous stipulation in your will?" Amanda looked to the sky. "Because you knew I'd do anything to keep Shell Cottage." She shook her head. "Nice move." It didn't take her long to carry her things inside. For now, she left everything in the living area. Later today, she'd unpack and settle in. The house was lonely, empty without Graham. She would paint and add a few touches of her own to make it hers. Maybe then the cozy feeling would return. The house needed to be aired out, but at least the cleaning service had kept it clean. Amanda grabbed her boots from the door, pulled them back on, trudged down the wooden stairs, pulling her scarf tight over her face as she walked around to see what had changed. Most of the shops and restaurants were closed or only open a few hours a day since it was winter in the off-season. It would be quiet until spring, and then the high season would bring all the tourists, noise, and chaos. The scent of the ocean permeated Amanda's hair and clothes as she walked along the beach, careful not to get splashed by the waves. She inhaled deeply and tilted her head to the sky, feeling the bite of the wind, tasting the salt, and thinking about how messed up her priorities had been over the past few years. Further down the beach, Amanda noticed a new restaurant had opened since she'd last been back. The Beachcomber Cafe. It was adorable with its brightly painted shutters. The place sat right on the beach, beckoning hungry families to grab a bite while looking at the ocean. The cafe boasted a huge deck with outdoor tables, and while it was too cold to sit outside now, in the warm months it would be delightful. A waitress showed her to a cozy table by the window. A fire crackled in a corner fireplace. As she perused the menu, a shriek made her jump. "Mercy! Amanda Smith! Goodness, it's good to see you!" The woman cracked her gum as she talked 1,000 miles a minute. The dropped G's of the words and the soft drawl filled Amanda's heart and soul. "Your grandmother was a good woman. We all miss her." She patted Amanda's shoulder before filling her glass with sweet tea without asking. Everyone here drank gallons of the sweet stuff. "Mercy, you're skinny. What can I get you to eat? Half a cow?" "How about a BLT?" Her stomach rumbled. The waitress picked up the menu. "The special today is fried chicken with potato salad and baked beans, all homemade." Sounds delicious. Her mouth watered, thinking about the meal. "I'll bring you some of our homemade tater chips with ranch dressing while you wait. Folks come from all over for our chips." The waitress left in a whirlwind, leaving Amanda to sip the delicious tea. Maybe 5 minutes had passed when a basket of hot chips landed on the table in front of her. A shadow fell over her as she sat, munching the delicious salty chips. "Amanda?" She stopped chewing. That voice. It had been 8 years, and she would have known the deep, gravelly voice anywhere. The man sounded like Henry Cavill in that TV role where he swung a sword around. She swallowed, took a sip of tea, noting the ice tinkling in the glass, and slowly looked up at 6 feet 2 inches of pure heartbreak. Chase. How was it possible he looked even better than he had in high school? Black hair that almost touched his shoulders fell over one green eye. His eyes had always reminded her of the shallows at the beach. He was wearing a hoodie and jeans, hands in his pockets, boots scuffed and worn. "I heard you were coming back. I'm real sorry about your gram." She cleared her throat. "Thank you." The waitress brought her food. "Hey, Chase, pull up a chair. I'll bring your plate over." He looked to Amanda, clenching her fists under the table. She nodded at the boy who'd grown into a man while she was gone, the one who'd shattered her heart. Why couldn't he be bald and chunky? Oblivious to the maelstrom of emotions inside her, he leaned back in the chair, stretching his long legs. There was a hole in the knee of his faded jeans. The scars on his hands bore a lingering tan left over from summer. At some point over the years since she'd been gone, it looked like he'd broken his nose. "How are you? Heard you're moving into the cottage." His food came, sparing her from answering. They ate in companionable silence. It had always been that way, the silence comfortable instead of awkward. "It's good to be home." "How have you been, Chase?" She took another drink of tea, grateful when the waitress stopped by to refill their glasses. He talked about his life, told her about his brother whom he'd reconciled with, about losing his mom to cancer. Then he told her how he lost his business, the boat catching on fire while he was out on a fishing charter. While he talked, she realized he desperately needed money, and she needed a husband. Graham and Mr. Snow were right. Chase was the answer to her problem. "I've been looking at boats, something older I can buy for a steal and fix up. There was one." "Will you marry me?" She leaned forward, catching the scent of motor oil and flannel. He dropped his fork. Did you just ask me?" A pounding filled the restaurant, drowning out the kitchen sounds, the sound of the waves, and the noise of the gulls. It took a minute to realize it was her heartbeat. Before he could say anything else, Amanda held up a hand. "Hear me out." She took a deep breath as he nodded. At least he hadn't bolted. "So I have to get married." In a little over a week to meet the deadline, otherwise I lose the cottage. Chase signaled the waitress. Hey, Marie, could I get a beer? He looked to Amanda. A glass of red. He ran his hands through his hair. I thought we needed a drink to finish this discussion. Oh, fudge. She didn't see a ring, but not all men wore rings. Then again, wouldn't the lawyer or Graham have said something if he was already married? Right, he must have a girlfriend. My lease is up at the condo. I don't have a job, and I don't have any money to buy a boat. I'm broke. He told her about letting his insurance lapse. I don't want to ask my brother. He's got enough on his plate, and I can take care of myself. Somehow. She leaned forward. This is platonic. Strictly roommates. Marry me and move into the cottage. The man looked like a deer in the headlights. Was she really that awful? They'd been so in love all those years ago. Guess he hadn't really loved her. She'd always thought she'd loved him more than he loved her. Deep down, she'd always harbored hope that there was some reason for what he did so long ago. That it had all been some kind of horrible mistake. Get married? In a week? Nothing like waiting until the last minute. He narrowed his eyes as he knocked back a third of the beer. Let me guess, I'm your last choice. Ignoring the statement, she put her hands on the table, glad to see they were no longer shaking. We have to stay married for a year and live together the entire time. You can have the guest room, my old room. She took a sip of wine. I'll give you $100,000 up front. That ought to be more than enough to buy a boat and get it ready for the high season and for you to live on. At the end of the year, we divorce, go our separate ways, and I'll pay you another $200,000 for your trouble. As much as it pained her, she had to know. Is there a girlfriend in the picture? Chase shook his head. No, there's no one. He put his elbows on the table. Staring out at the ocean for so long, she was sure he was figuring out a way to let her down easy. I'll do it. We should go pick out a ring after lunch. I can't afford much, but you need a ring. Or I can pay you back for the ring out of the $100,000. The wretched man had the nerve to grin at her. $300,000. He whistled. You must be desperate. Not funny. If you don't want the money, I need it. He sat up straight. I need it to get my business up and running again. She pressed her lips together. What had she been expecting? That he'd fall to his knees and tell her he'd never gotten over her? She snorted. A ring isn't necessary. It's a pretend wedding. The tension running through her was like a fishing line pulled taut when a big fish took the bait and ran. He blinked at her, a familiar look on his face. Why not? People will wonder if the wedding is real if you don't have a ring. He rubbed his eyes. I'm guessing you want everyone to believe this marriage is real. Yes, it needs to be real. To everyone but us, she amended. Then we're getting rings. She blew out a breath and wound her hair around her fingers as she considered. Okay, but pick out a cubic zirconia. Seriously? He scowled. Fine, a fake ring for a fake marriage. Amanda winced, but didn't back down. She could do this. She'd face tougher clients. This was nothing. Why waste the money when we'll be ending the marriage in a year? She tilted her head to look at him. Fine. She rolled her eyes. Fine. Amanda opened her purse and took out a notebook. There are a few ground rules. He placed a hand over hers and she stilled, willed herself to stay strong. I'm going ring shopping. Your fake ring will be a surprise. He picked up the check. I've got this." Seeing her look, he frowned. "I can afford a lunch." Then he grinned. "Actually, now I can afford a lot of lunches." "It was just a business transaction." "You can. I'll let the lawyer know. He'll have papers for you to sign and will give you the first check. You get the rest at the end of the year." Chase leaned down, tucked a lock of red hair behind her ear, his face inches from hers. "I'll come by the cottage tonight. We'll discuss your rules over dinner. I have a few of my own." He straightened. "We also need to get our story straight, so people believe the quickie wedding." The annoying man grinned at her. "Amanda Harrison. I like it." He left before she could tell him he was crazy if he thought she was changing her name for him. As she sat, staring out the window, Amanda discreetly wiped the wetness from her cheek. Chapter 5. Somehow, Chase walked out of the beachcomber without falling on his face. He climbed into his old black truck and drove without noticing where he was going. Amanda was back in town. He'd known her grandmother had passed, but he'd been out of town for 2 weeks on a trawler making extra money and missed the funeral. Alex hadn't said a word about her being back, but why would he? Of course, she'd come back for the funeral. He was an idiot. Not only was she back, but she'd proposed. To him. He rapped his knuckles on the steering wheel. Even with the sadness in her eyes, she was more beautiful than ever. The girl he'd fallen for in high school. The one who broke his heart into a million pieces was back and wanted to get hitched. Idiot that he was, he'd agreed. Her grandmother must be up above laughing, her blue eyes twinkling. Amanda had the same blue eyes, the color of a spring sky. What on earth had he been thinking? That you need the money, that's what. With a shake of his head, he drove out of town. It wouldn't do to have anyone gossiping, at least not yet. There'd be all kinds of speculation when they married on Thursday. They'd agreed to tell everyone the relationship and wedding was real, except he would tell Alex the truth. He and his brother had only recently mended fences, so there was no way he was jeopardizing their relationship. Amanda had made it clear this was a business arrangement only. Good. He didn't want her anyway. Liar. Keep telling yourself that big fat lie. Chase didn't care what Amanda said. He was buying her a real ring. He'd always thought when he got married, it would be a one-time deal. No way was he letting himself think about what it might be like to stay married to the only girl he'd ever truly loved. "Hi, can I help you?" Chase took a deep breath, looking around at all the glittering stones. "I need to buy a ring." The sales clerk smiled. "You've come to the right place. Any idea what she might like?" "She said she didn't want a ring, but every woman wants a ring, right?" He was out of his depth here in this foreign place. If someone had asked about fish or motors or construction, he was the guy. But rings? Clueless. "Some women don't want rings, but I'm guessing you think your fiancé really wants one, but maybe doesn't want you to spend a lot?" The clerk was looking through cases, pulling out velvet trays full of rings, frowning, putting them back, looking at others. Finally, she placed 2 trays on the counter. "Look at these and see if any of them remind you of her." She smiled. "When's the wedding?" Chase quickly ignored the first tray. They all had gold bands, and he'd never seen Amanda wear gold. It was always silver, or colored stuff. He pushed the tray away. "No gold, and the wedding is Thursday." The clerk blinked. "This Thursday?" "Yep." Chase was busy looking at the rings. Some were way out of his price range. He quickly noticed the ones he could afford were all on the left side. Sure, he could spend some of the money he was getting from marrying her, but it seemed wrong to use money coming from her to buy the ring. No, he wanted to use his own money. Goodness, that's fast. Do you know her ring size? I'm not sure if we can have a ring size that fast, but we could put an insert in the ring and she can come in after the wedding to have it resized. He reached in the pocket of his coat and came out with the wrapper from the straw, handing it to her. This is her size. I made a notch in the paper. While Amanda had been making her case, he'd wrapped the paper from the straw around her finger without her noticing. The woman forgot everything else when she was focused on making a pitch. At least that hadn't changed about her. What had she been doing all these years? When he looked back at the tray, a ring twinkled up at him, catching the light. This one. He picked up the ring, holding it up, turning it back and forth. It was beautiful and modern and antique all rolled into one. The ring was platinum with carvings along the band that reminded him of the ocean. The diamond was set in a square with a bunch of little diamonds all around it. She took the ring and checked the size. It must be fate. This ring is the exact size you need. It would take all the money he had left, but then again, he'd have plenty to live on after he visited the lawyer tomorrow, so it wasn't like he'd starve. Though even if she wasn't paying him to marry her, Chase knew he would have gladly spent every cent to his name to give her a beautiful ring. He blew out a breath. How was he going to live with her for an entire year without falling again? He selected the matching platinum band that had the same wave carvings on the band. Can you engrave something on the inside of the rings? Yes, what did you have in mind? Even though Chase knew no one here knew him, he leaned across the counter and lowered his voice, telling the sales clerk what he wanted engraved on the rings. Chase carried the grocery bags up the stairs, noticing the corrosion on the doorknobs and a few other things that needed to be fixed. He took a deep breath and knocked. Just a minute. Her voice had changed since she'd been away. The soft drawl replaced with what he thought of as an East Coast accent. No longer soft, Amanda had a hardness about her, as if she'd always had her shields up and ready for battle. What had happened since she'd left him? Or had she always been this way, and he'd just never noticed? The door opened, the scent of honeysuckle tickling his nose. Hey, you brought groceries. As she reached out to take the bags from him, her fingers brushed the back of his palm, making the hair on his arm stand up. What had he been thinking to agree to this scheme? Oh, right. He needed money. I'll cook while we go over your rules for our marriage. He scowled at her back. Rules. How ridiculous. Fine. Leave your shoes by the door. No shoes on in the house. The smile left her face as she carried the bags to the kitchen. Chase lined up his boots on the mat by the door next to hers. Need any help? Amanda opened her mouth to say something, then shrugged. You'll be living here, so you might as well get used to where things go. He unpacked the second bag. Thought we'd keep it simple. Spaghetti and meatballs with garlic bread and salad. Sounds good to me. I don't cook often. She unpacked the other bag and held up a package of hamburger. We're making the meatballs from scratch? He heard the terror in her voice, barely resisted the urge to laugh. Don't worry, I'll make them. I like to cook. If you say so. I worked a lot, so I didn't have time to cook. It was easier to eat out or have food delivered. I've gotten out of the habit. She pulled a battered cookbook from a cabinet, stroking a hand across the cover. This was Graham's. I want to make all my favorites. Seeing his look, she shrugged. Don't worry, I won't make you my guinea pig. Amanda filled 2 glasses with ice and poured tea into them. Lemon? Not for me. Her back was up, the blue eyes blazing, daring him to laugh. She slid the glass across the counter to him and added a slice of lemon to hers. She'd piled her long red hair on top of her head. She wore black leggings and a big cream-colored sweater, along with bright red fuzzy socks. Without makeup, she looked the same as when they'd dated. It was hard to believe it had been 8 years since they'd graduated high school. Where had the time gone? He took a sip. That's good. You didn't forget how to make sweet tea while you were up north. I asked Alice, the woman who works for Mr. Snow. She frowned. I think I lived on hot chocolate and Pepsi while I was in D.C. Trust me, they cannot make a good glass of sweet tea. They finished putting away the groceries. He noted where things went as he opened cabinets, looking for dishes to make the meatballs. Want to help? Amanda held out her hands, backing away. Trust me, you don't want me anywhere near the kitchen. At my place back home, I kept nail polish in the refrigerator and extra sweaters in the oven. You've got to be kidding me. He liked music while he cooked, so he turned on the local station, then washed his hands. It was comfortable being in the kitchen with her, making dinner. Maybe a little too comfortable, but he shook his head, deciding for one night not to think about the past. I ate in the dining hall in college, and after I worked so much I was too tired to cook. My job was stressful. Graham taught me to cook a few things, but I hated to bother when it was just me. She shrugged and leaned on the counter to watch him, ignoring the bar stools on the other side of the counter. Chase finished the meatballs and put them in the oven to cook. The garlic bread would be quick, and the salad came in a bag, so it wouldn't take but a minute. He could make sauce from scratch, but tonight he'd taken the easy way and bought a jar of the pre-made stuff. Tell you what, going forward, I'll do the cooking if you'll clean up. He handed her 2 plates. You set the table. She smiled, the first real smile since they'd run into each other. Works for me. A gust of wind rattled the windows. Tomorrow he'd look over the house from top to bottom, see what else needed to be mended. During dinner, they caught up on each other's lives, neither one mentioning their old relationship. After dinner, Amanda cleared the table and did the dishes. Chase patted himself on the back for not laughing when she asked him the best way to load the dishwasher. The woman had the nerve to tell him she would look up how to do it online so she could load it the most efficient way. He was efficient. He knew how to load a dishwasher. The first floor was a big open space with old plank floors. They'd painted the walls white. The kitchen had a long counter with the sink and dishwasher on one side. The oven and microwave were on the wall next to the pantry, and the refrigerator and additional counter space took up the back wall. Mrs. Smith had kept the house up to date. The countertops were in engineered stone and the appliances stainless, probably replaced in the past couple of years. The furniture was old, but in good shape. It wasn't his taste, but the arrangement was only for a year, so Chase guessed he could live with sofas with shell fabric all over them. Her grandmother had taken the name of the cottage to heart. There were shells in baskets on the table, shells on the furniture, birds printed on the curtains, and turtles printed on the pillows. The same scenes were repeated in the artwork. There was blue and silver metallic wallpaper with seahorses on the walls of the laundry room. He shook his head. There was nothing manly about this place. He put his feet on the table, noticing the hole in the knee of his jeans had gotten bigger. Want more tea? She absently tucked a loose strand of hair behind one ear. Sure. Amanda brought the pitcher over and refilled the glasses. When she came back from the kitchen, she sat on the sofa across from him, a notebook and pen in front of her. He arched a brow. Written rules? She flushed, her cheeks turning pink, making the freckles across her nose stand out, and the memory of tracing those freckles as they lay on beach towels under the hot sun, the waves crashing on the beach, filled him, past as clear as the woman before him. Chase was in trouble. Big, big trouble. He leaned forward, elbows on his knees. Other than no shoes in the house, what rules do you have, Amanda? Just a few, to make sure there aren't any misunderstandings. She smoothed the paper out with her hands, looking at it instead of him, giving him time to watch her, notice the changes since she'd left. Amanda held up a finger. This is a business arrangement only, platonic, nothing more. When he said nothing, she jerked her head up. Are you listening? I am. No romance. Keep going. Don't you want to write them down? He took a sip of the tea. That's good. You want a refill? Without waiting for an answer, he took their glasses to the kitchen. I can remember a few rules, no matter how silly. They aren't silly. They're so we're clear on boundaries. He heard the indignation in her voice. He set the glasses down on the table with a thud, the ice rattling in the tumblers. I'm clear as glass. Good. She stared down at the piece of white-lined paper, as if it held the answers to the past. I know we're platonic, but since legally we'll be married, no dating anyone else during the year. She glanced at him. Chase made a keep-going motion with his hands. Follow me. Amanda got up, the paper clenched in one hand, the glass of tea in the other, as she went up the stairs. He followed, noting one stair felt soft. This will be your room, roommate. Your old bedroom. He grinned. I remember. Pink crept up her neck and face. Decorate it however you want. I'm in Graham's old room. She turned the crimson of a sunset. If you remember, there's only one bathroom, so we'll have to share. There's something wrong with the shower. It's just a trickle of water. I'll take a look. You remember Mitch? He's a plumber. I'll call him if I can't fix it. She stood rigid in the hallway. Thank you. From the stiffness to her back, he knew something was bothering her. Maybe she wasn't as unaffected by him as he thought. But as much as Chase wanted to ask her why she'd cheated on him all those years ago, he wasn't sure he wanted to hear the answer. Back in the living room, she remained standing. Anything else? I've had a long day and I want to go to bed early. I have a couple rules of my own. You might as well sit a spell. Chase leaned back in the chair, long legs crossed. We go on a date, in public, once a week, or people will talk. What? Why? She narrowed her eyes at him. You forget you're back in the South. He smirked. I think you've been up north too long, forgotten how small towns work. Before she could argue, he added, Come on, you haven't been away that long. Has the big city changed you so much? Chase grinned. You know how people talk. Fine. She crossed her arms, glaring at him. We'll get married at the courthouse. No fuss. Oh, no, we won't. Your grandmother would rise out of her grave to take my head off. We'll get married in the clubhouse at the marina. I know the owner. I've already talked to him. Chris said it's his wedding gift to us. He held out his hands to ward off the storm he saw in her eyes. Anyway, it's winter. They aren't busy this time of year. She took a deep breath, then pointed a finger at him. I want the wedding to be small. After all, it is fake. Chase liked the fire in her eyes when she was angry. I'll invite Alex and Rose and Earl and Mabel Wait, Earl and Mabel are finally together? He's been sweet on her forever. She smiled for the first time since she brought out her list of rules. Yep, they started dating when she invited him for Thanksgiving dinner. Talk around town, as there'll be a wedding coming soon. Chase thought about the ring in the glove box of his truck. I'll invite a few of the guys and Hazel. Amanda wrote the names on her list. I have to invite Graham's friends and Linda from the salon and those ladies who own the thrift store, even if they are odd. She blew out a breath. That's a lot more than I thought. How on earth are we going to pull this off in 2 days? Today's Monday. Well, technically Monday is almost over. We could wait. There's still a little over a week left on your deadline. She shook her head. The bun on top of her head toppled, sending waves of red hair down around her shoulders. Absolutely not. What if we get a freak storm or something else happens? No way am I cutting it that close. Shell Cottage means too much to me. I can't lose it. She wound her hair back up and then laid her palms on the table, breathing heavily. He reached across the table and put his hand on hers. She snatched her hand away and crossed her arms. Amanda, relax. Everyone will pitch in. You might as well go with the flow. They'll take over, and we won't have to do much other than show up. She looked unconvinced, but nodded. If you say so. You said your lease is up? When are you moving in? After the wedding. We can't live together before. She rolled her eyes. Whatever. I've got the utilities covered, and I'll take care of the grocery shopping. Then I'll take care of the place. I noticed a few things that need to be updated and fixed. I'll work on them when I'm not working on restoring my boat. Chase ran a hand through his hair. When I find a boat to restore, I'll pull my weight around the place. Her Graham had done a good job of keeping the place up, but at the beach, there was always something that needed fixing. A doorknob fell off the door to the deck, making Amanda jump. Like that, she laughed. I'll fix the door before I leave. She crossed the room to pick up the knob, then handed it to him. How's the search coming? Have you found a boat yet? Not yet, but I've got feelers out. Earl knows of a possibility. I'll find her soon. It was quiet enough. Chase could hear the waves crashing against the shore as they talked. He looked forward to jogging on the beach in the mornings. We need to come up with some kind of story to explain the rush wedding, or people will ask when we're expecting. Chase stood and went to the windows, staring out into the dark at the ocean. The wedding and our marriage need to look real to everyone, right? So what's our story? You're right. We need a story. But I'm only willing to take things so far. I'm not changing my name, only to change it back when we get divorced. They looked at each other, neither saying anything until he cleared his throat. I don't expect you to change your name. Though Amanda Harrison sounded good, really good. Before my boat burned down, I went to look at a boat in Edenton. It's gone. I checked, he said, expecting her question. But why don't we say you were there on a long weekend, or for work? She considered it. We'll say it was work. No one would believe I'd skip seeing Graham if I was close by. He nodded. We reconnected. Fell madly in love. Didn't want to waste another minute after all these years. It's only been 8 years, not 20. Then Amanda blinked at him, as if knowing her comment might prompt questions from him about why she'd done what she did. Okay, works for me. Did she not like his idea? Why was she acting so weird all of a sudden? Women. Just remember, this romance is fake. You stay in your room, and I'll stay in mine. It's bad enough we have to share a bathroom." She didn't meet his eyes. He gritted his teeth. "I'll pick my towels up off the floor if you don't leave your girly things all over the sink and hanging over the shower." "Deal." He held out his glass. She tapped it with hers, and he grinned so wide his face hurt. "Here's to getting hitched." Amanda paused, holding her glass in the air. "And to fulfilling my grandmother's ridiculous terms of the will." He could work with that. Chapter 6. The countdown was on. Amanda lined up appointments like an air traffic controller monitoring planes landing and taking off at a busy airport. She was getting married Thursday, a week before the Monday deadline. Married by Monday. Or make that married before Monday. Wow, who would have thought she, Miss Career Woman, would ever get hitched? Sure, she thought someday she'd marry and have kids, but it had never worked out. Anyway, she was only in her 20s. Plenty of time to think about all those things. Except later was here, even if the wedding was fake. With a deep breath, she pushed open the door of Magnolia Bridal and stopped, struck by the beautiful white gowns. There were fresh flowers in crystal and silver vases, plush chairs, and thick rose-colored carpeting covered the floors. The shop was beautiful. "Amanda, you get prettier every time I see you." A woman with dark brown hair smiled at her. Another with dark skin and short hair nodded. "She certainly does." "Goodness, let her get in the door before you smother her." Lulu, one of Graham's friends, took Amanda by the arm. "Let's get you out of that coat and look at you, dearie." Annie, of the brown hair, disappeared into the back of the shop, while Mavis, with the topaz eyes, beamed. Soft classical music played in the background. Then Mavis frowned and made a beeline for her before Amanda sat down. "What is wrong with that boy?" She took hold of Amanda's hand, held it up for the entire shop to see. "Annie, Lulu, come here." She shook Amanda's empty left hand. "That hellion Harrison boy didn't even spring for a ring." We... It was no use. They weren't listening. Amanda sighed and stood there, hoping they'd back off soon so she could get this over with. Though the dresses were so pretty, like a fairy tale. As the three of them fussed about no-good rotten men, the bell above the door tinkled. "There you are. I thought I might find you here." Chase strode in, grinning, wearing a pair of faded jeans and a thick gray cabled sweater. "Ladies, don't worry, I'm not staying. I know it's bad luck to see the dress before the big event." Mavis sniffed, but before she could say a word, Chase strode over to Amanda, kissed her on the cheek, and grinned. He smelled good, like the ocean, wood smoke, and citrus. "Forget something, sugar?" She blinked at him, aware they had a very interested audience. "I don't think so. I'm picking my dress this morning, then lunch, then we decide on our cake, then flowers, and then dinner." She sighed. "Tomorrow I have a full day of appointments, then Thursday morning an appointment at Curl Up and Dye to get my hair done, then we get married. So, no, I haven't forgotten a single thing, sweetie." With a flourish, he pulled a small black velvet box from his pocket. Her breath hitched, and suddenly Graham's friends were surrounding them as the room spun. "You forgot your ring. You took it off when you were doing the dishes. I can't believe you forgot to put it back on." He held a hand to his heart, eyes twinkling. "I'm wounded." Graham's friends sighed, forgetting all the things they'd been saying about him only minutes ago. Amanda narrowed her eyes at him, but couldn't say a word with the biggest gossips in town hovering over her. With a snap, he opened the ring box and slid the ring on her finger where it fit perfectly, winking in the lights of the store. How had he known her size? Now that's a proper ring, Mavis sighed. Lulu turned Amanda's hand back and forth, then beamed at Chase. You did well, young man. It's a lovely ring. Annie patted Amanda on the back. He's a keeper, one of the good ones. She rolled her eyes, but couldn't stop looking at the ring. If this was a fake, she was next in line to be Queen of England. Forcing herself to smile instead of scowling, she widened her eyes at Chase. I must have been so distracted I forgot to put it back on. Thank you, sweetie. She glared at him. The wretched man had the nerve to pull her into a hug and kiss her cheek again. We said a fake ring, Amanda whispered. You said a fake ring. I never agreed to such nonsense. He pulled back and smiled at the ladies who were watching them. I'll see you at the cake tasting, honey. Of course, sugar. Amanda plastered a smile on her face as Graham's friends reminisced about their own weddings, taking her mind off Chase. The morning passed in a blur as she tried on dress after dress. In between, she'd stare at her hand, admiring the breathtaking ring. It looked like a modern take on an antique. The diamond was set in a square with a halo of small diamonds all the way around. The band was platinum, with carvings around it that reminded her of the ocean. Did the wedding band match? He'd paid enough attention to remember she never wore gold. As Annie brought her a glass of tea, Amanda made a mental note to buy him a ring, a wide gold band. She'd have to find a way to measure his finger at dinner. It hit her, the wrapper from the straw. That was how he'd known the size for her ring. Good idea. And then Mavis helped her into a dress, and they all gasped when she floated out of the dressing room to face the mirror. It was the dress. White with a lace overlay, there must have been a million crystals arranged in patterns to look like the outlines of flowers. It was a boat neck with capped sleeves. The fabulous dress fit her perfectly. It's so beautiful. She wiped her eyes. For a moment, she wished with all her heart that the wedding was real, that she and Chase were real, that Amanda could erase the hurt and start over. Her grandmother's friends exclaimed over the dress. Just a small veil. Lulu expertly gathered her hair into a low bun and attached a veil. She was wearing Graham's diamond studs. When she looked in the mirror, they winked at her. Come on up here so you can see every angle. Annie led her up the 2 steps to the round dais surrounded by mirrors. Amanda looked like a fairy princess. It's perfect. With a critical eye, Mavis walked around Amanda, muttering to herself. Lulu held out a box. Size 7, right? Amanda nodded and let out a gasp when Lulu held up the bejeweled heels. They helped her into the shoes and stood back so she could admire the full effect. Perfect, Mavis sighed. It's a sign, Lulu nodded. I wish Graham was here, Amanda sniffled. There's no one to walk me down the aisle. I always thought it would be her. Losing Graham hit her all over again. Graham's friends hugged her, murmuring kind words as Amanda sobbed. Chase whistled to himself as he parked the truck in front of What Ails You. As he reached for the door, it flew open, making him jump back to avoid getting hit in the face. Smokey and Bandit ran past him in a blur, a guy with an apron chasing after them. He debated going after his brother's mischievous dogs, but they were fast. Likely they were halfway across town by now, busy enjoying the steaks he'd seen hanging out of their mouths as they raced past him. Seated in the pub, enjoying a cold beer, Chase looked up when the guy came in, breathing heavily. Didn't catch them? The new owner of the pub wiped his face on his sleeve. I turned my back for 1 minute. They were sitting there, so well behaved. I told them I'd give them a hamburger. He slid into the booth across from Chase, rested his elbows on the table. But no, they snatched the T-bones off the counter, and off they went. He nodded to the waiter, who set a beer down in front of him. Thanks, Dave. I chased them for blocks, but they outwitted me. He took a long drink and wiped his forehead with a napkin. I'm Dalton James. Chase shook his hand. Colton's brother. Nice to meet you. I'm Chase Harrison. Alex's brother. Heard you're getting married this week. Congrats. Thanks. Chase looked around. The place looks great. When the season starts, you'll be mobbed. Dalton grinned. I hope so. Then he frowned. Wait a minute. Those dogs, they're your brother's dogs. I've heard all about those two thieves. They're fast and sneaky. Chase told him how his brother ended up with the two dogs and how everyone in town put up with their antics. In their defense, you left a platter of steaks unattended. Dave was back with cheeseburgers, homemade fries, and side salads. Thanks. Chase bit into the burger and groaned. This hits the spot. Unattended. Dalton scowled. The steaks were on a platter in my kitchen. I should have known better than to let them in there. But they have the saddest eyes. I couldn't resist. See? Chase pointed a fry at Dalton. Now you see how they tricked my brother into adopting them. Dalton grinned. I ran after them a long while. Guess I've earned a slice of apple pie for dessert. I'll join you. He'd been to a few weddings over the years, and the cake had never tasted that great, so it wasn't like he'd need a big appetite for the cake testing. Amanda was still full from lunch when she walked into Baker's Gonna Bake to meet with Pam. The petite woman with black hair and lively green eyes called out, Hey, Amanda, come on back. Chase is already here. The woman wore her hair in a pixie cut, dressed in a chiffon dress the color of a rainbow, and looked like she'd spent the day playing with fairies. Sorry I'm a few minutes late. Apparently, a black cat stole a fish from the seafood market and was running towards the beach. Caused a bit of a traffic jam. She smiled, thinking of the ratty-looking alley cat running as fast as he could, the enormous fish flopping as he carried it in his mouth. Pam let out a tinkling laugh. I wonder if the cat has been spying on Alex's dogs. The delicious scent of cake wafted through the shop as Amanda followed her to the back. Better be careful, or Alex might talk you and Chase into adopting. Nope, we have a pet, Mr. Fish. She paused in the doorway, then came around the worn light blue table to kiss her soon-to-be husband on the cheek. Had to keep up appearances. That's all it was. Not like the kiss meant anything. Hey, Chase, I had lunch with Hazel and Mabel. They stuffed me with homemade blueberry waffles. I think Earl ate his weight in waffles before he got the nerve up to ask Mabel on a date. Hope you saved room for cake. She rubbed her stomach. There's always room for cake. I heard the two of you laughing out there. What's so funny? Chase needed a haircut and looked like he'd forgotten to shave, but all the same, her heart gave a small thump. Amanda was telling me how Smokey has recruited a cat into his gang. They sat at the table in the kitchen, clean enough to eat off the floor. Maybe Mr. Snow will defend them if they're caught, Pam giggled. Don't give Rose any ideas. Chase rested his elbows on the table. Pam rubbed her hands together. Who's ready for cake? Without waiting for them to answer, she jumped up and came back with an enormous platter of bite-sized cakes. Amanda sniffed. They smelled delicious. Pam set a floured plate in front of each of them. On it was a pink cake with a real flower pressed into the top. It's infused with rose." Pam handed them forks and napkins. "I don't do the traditional tiered wedding cakes. Well, unless that's what you want." She looked to both of them, and apparently satisfied by what she saw, continued. "Good. I thought since you're getting married at the Marina Clubhouse, and it's an intimate wedding, it would be elegant and fun to create a series of small cakes we could place on a table in front of the windows looking out over the ocean." She pointed to a pale seafoam green cake. "I wanted to evoke the ocean and the pretty colors of the homes along the beach. This one has a hint of mint." As they ate, Pam described each of the various cakes, all created in a variety of colors and flavors. Caught in the spell, excited to taste each cake, Amanda almost let herself believe it was for keeps. Chapter 7. The crazy day left Amanda exhausted. They'd settled on 7 cakes in various pastel colors with edible flowers and fondant in the shape of shells. One cake was chocolate with a fondant boat on top for Chase. After the cake testing, she'd hustled over to meet with Henry at Sunshine and Blooms. 2 of her grandmother's friends from the gym met her there to help her choose the flowers. She'd picked magnolias for the main flower, even though it was too cold to get them locally. They were her favorite, and Graham had loved them. She'd gone with white and a few pastel roses and other assorted flowers for the bouquet and for the flowers in the clubhouse. Between the flowers and the salty breeze, the entire place would smell like heaven. How quickly she'd forgotten the city smells of D.C., the exhaust, garbage, and other scents. Nothing beat the smell of the ocean or how it felt on her skin. The cottage was dark as she let herself in. It would be nice when it stayed light longer, though she wasn't looking forward to all the crowds when the season kicked into high gear. Shoes by the door, she hung her purse on a peg on the wall and padded to the kitchen to make a cup of hot chocolate. Chase wasn't home, but she immediately noticed a beautiful antique pie safe in the corner. He'd said a few friends were helping him move out of the condo today. As the milk heated, she wandered through the house, noting the pieces he'd brought over, and grinned, seeing her old room. It looked different, very masculine. One of his friends had stripped the wallpaper from the closet. The guy would help Chase paint the outside of the cottage. She and Chase would paint the inside once she'd finished picking out the colors. He'd kept her old iron bed. It looked good in the room with the new linens, dark sheets, and a simple duvet with a flannel cover. He'd put his dresser and nightstand in the room, and as she looked around, she noted that he'd removed her old dresser and nightstand and a few other odds and ends. She'd told him to donate what he didn't want. Leaving the cottage untouched would remind her too much of Graham, hurt too much, so Amanda had decided to put her own stamp on the house, make it hers, while leaving a few of Graham's beloved pieces. Back downstairs, she curled up on the couch, sipping the hot chocolate and watching the waves crash against the shore as the wind rattled the windows. Chase was staying with Alex and Rose until the wedding. In her opinion, it was silly, since he'd be sleeping in his own room, but whatever. Graham had updated the bathroom shortly before she'd passed. Amanda was grateful it was a large space, especially since she'd be sharing it with Chase. Did he leave his towels on the floor? Whiskers in the sink? Or her biggest pet peeve, did he leave the seat up on the toilet? The bathroom had pale blue tiles on the floor. The faucets gleamed silver with a deep sink and plenty of counter space. The faint gray in the marble repeated in the paint on the ceiling. There was a walk-in shower with a rain head and the same pale blue, almost a soft gray, tile on the walls. The entire room was soothing, like being in a luxurious spa. But the focal point was the clawfoot tub. Amanda dimmed the crystal chandelier and lit candles. Music played, soft and soothing, as the tub filled, the scent of gardenias filling the air. When she climbed in the hot, bubbly water, she sighed, letting the water carry away the tension from the stress of planning a quickie wedding. By the time she got out of the tub, her skin was wrinkled, but her mind had settled. Maybe this wedding was a second chance, a do-over with Chase. Dressed in flannel pants and a long t-shirt, she curled up in the oversized chair she'd impulsively purchased between appointments. It had been in the window of a local shop, oversized and covered in white denim. She'd purchased a few colorful throw pillows, and by the time she'd gotten home, the chair had been delivered and placed in her room. No delivery charges, just the small-town way of doing things. As she swung her legs over the arms, fuzzy socks on her feet, she looked around the room and made a few notes on her phone. The blinds had to go. She'd taken them down in her bedroom and Chase's room and replaced them with breezy curtains that let the light in. A friend of her grandmother's was a seamstress. She made custom curtains for one of the upscale furniture stores and took in a few side orders. She was making all the curtains for the house. The chair faced out at the ocean. Both bedrooms had a large sliding glass door that led to a covered porch that overlooked the water. A shared porch with him. There were wicker chairs with deep cushions, the perfect place to while away the day once it was warm again. This was the first time since she'd graduated that Amanda had time to herself. Well, right now, wedding tasks had taken up all of her time. But after? What was she going to do with herself? When her phone rang, she was still thinking about possibilities. "Hey, Karen, how's life at the firm?" She took a sip of cocoa and watched the moonlight play over the waves. "I still can't believe you up and quit, but good for you." Karen caught her up on the gossip as Amanda accepted life went on without her. The fast pace of life in D.C. waited for no one. A rival had gotten promoted. Everyone was moving ahead. They had left her behind. No, Amanda shook her head. She hadn't made a mistake. The cottage was everything to her. The inheritance would secure her future. The job in D.C. had been her entire life. And now she was starting over at 26. "Now that you're living in a town so small it doesn't even have a Starbucks? Do you think you made the right choice?" Karen tapped at keys on a keyboard, no doubt still working this late at night. "I love Shell Cottage. My retirement is set, and I don't have to worry. But I'll tell you, I miss the hustle and the bustle." She sighed. "It's the off-season, so there's nothing going on here in Magnolia Beach." "What about the man?" Amanda could almost see Karen waggling her brows, a big grin on her normally serious face. "Chase? He might be my biggest mistake ever." She sighed, worried about her heart breaking again. Chase stepped back from Amanda's bedroom door, the warm bakery bag in his hand. He'd stopped by on the way back to the cottage to surprise her with hot donuts. She never remembered to eat. It was no wonder she always had a headache, and he'd wanted to tell her he'd fixed the creaky step on the stairs and the deck railing. She thought he was a mistake. He went down the stairs to the kitchen and paused, looking at Mr. Fish. "Too bad you don't eat donuts." The fish swam around and looked at him. "I know what you mean." Chase put his jacket on and softly closed the door behind him, bakery bag in hand. He went down to the beach to walk and clear his head. Guess this wasn't a second chance for them. It was only a business transaction to her. Fine. He'd put in his time, and when the year was up, he'd find a place to live and forget Amanda Smith with her sad blue eyes. Amanda ended the call. A sound, like the creak of a door, had her looking out the window. The beach was empty, and as she stood still and listened, she didn't hear anyone, probably the house shifting and settling as it did. "Chase, is that you?" There was no answer. She patted down the stairs and stopped. The fifth step always creaked, but when she stepped on it again, there was no sound. Chase must have come by and fixed it while she'd been out today. It was a nice thing to do. Maybe they could forget the past and start over. She looked around, but no one was there. Must have been the wind. It makes the house creak. Mr. Fish ignored her and swam in lazy circles, thinking deep fish thoughts. Chapter 8. In the nightmare, Amanda fled down an endless hallway filled with clocks, running from Smokey and Bandit as they ripped her dress to shreds. She woke with a gasp. No tidal wave bearing down on her, no clocks or torn dresses. Tomorrow was the big day. She'd make the deadline of next Monday with time to spare. "Hey, you look like you could use some me time. Nervous?" Rose hugged her. They were getting manicures and pedicures, and then much-needed massages. "Crazy dreams last night. I woke up stiff and cranky, convinced time was not on my side." Amanda dressed in a chunky navy sweater and gray sweats, the perfect outfit for a cold, dreary day. "A massage will fix you up." Amanda met Alex's girlfriend over dinner when they told Alex the truth about why they were getting married. Rose was also from D.C., so Amanda filled her in on the latest and greatest as they discussed which restaurant had the best brunch. It would be nice to have a friend here. Similar to Amanda, Rose had dressed in sweatpants, but with a long-sleeved t-shirt and flip-flops. Rose looked at her feet. "Alex thinks I'm crazy, but this way my toes won't get messed up." "I should have worn mine." Amanda looked down at her boots. "Oh well, I'll just wear the disposable ones to the massage place, since it's only 2 doors down." "Good idea." Amanda followed Rose into the nail place. What a nice shop. The nail salon had crystal light sconces on the walls and chandeliers hanging from the ceiling. The tables and chairs were white, the walls painted a soft lavender. "Let's pick out colors." Rose went with red for her toes and lavender for her nails. "I'm going with blue on my toes for the ocean and pink on my nails to match the bouquet." Amanda held up the colors. "Perfect." Rose led the way to the chairs. "I know how overwhelmed you must be with all the last-minute plans. Maybe I should have invited the other women." "No, this is perfect. I wanted a chance to get to know you. Even if my wedding is pretend, maybe we could be friends." Amanda wriggled her toes in the warm water. Getting a pedicure was such a treat. "I'd like to be friends. Maybe your marriage won't be pretend. Alex told me how much Chase loved you, how serious you were back in high school. What happened?" "I thought we were happy. We'd agreed to meet at the pier on graduation night. It was silly, but we planned to write our wishes on our caps and toss them into the ocean at midnight." Amanda gratefully accepted a bottle of water from the nail tech. She took a few sips to clear her throat. Rose sighed. "It sounds romantic." "The thing is, he never showed up. I waited all night. Waited until the sun came up." Amanda could feel the material of the blue graduation gown, the silky tassel on her cap, as she waited for the guy she'd loved with all her heart. I was walking home when his best friend pulled up in his car. He told me Chase had been cheating on me with my nemesis, Tina. He'd spent the night with her, and they were getting an apartment together. She pressed her palms to her eyes, willing herself not to cry. Not again, after so many years. I felt like such an idiot. I should have known. Instead of confronting him, I left the next day. I had a job lined up for the summer at the college and a place to live. I never looked back. When I came home to see my grandmother, I never saw him. Guess he was busy with his charter business. I was so tired from extra classes, then work, that all I wanted to do was stay home and relax. Rose frowned as they moved from the pedicure stations to the nail station. Alex never knew what happened between you two. Amanda looked over at her. Chase told me a little about Alex, but I never knew they were brothers. Their dad cheated? It was hard for Alex for a long time. I'm happy they talked and could get through it, especially since they don't have any other family left. No, Amanda shook her head, her ponytail swinging back and forth. That's not true. Alex has a family. He has you. Her eyes sparkled. And don't forget your little monsters. Rose blinked away the unshed tears filling her eyes. You're right. Bandit and Smokey are like toddlers going through the terrible twos, but we adore them. She cocked her head and then nodded as if she'd come to some conclusion. You'll be family too. You and Mr. Fish. Though I'm thinking your fish needs some companionship. Amanda held up the hand the technician wasn't working on. Oh no, a dog would cause havoc, especially if he's friends with your little angels. True, Rose laughed. Though in all seriousness, Alex and Chase found a way through the past. You can too, if you really want to. The technicians led them over to the drying station, where they both sat with their toes and hands under the lights to dry, so they wouldn't mess up their nails when they left. Chase is one of the good ones. What happened was a long time ago. We've all changed a lot since high school. Rose blew out a breath. I know I'm not the same person I was back then, so maybe give him a second chance. She bumped Amanda's shoulder. As of tomorrow, he'll be your husband. Wouldn't it be great for it to be real? Amanda had to blink so she wouldn't cry. She hadn't even gotten fake married yet, and already she was an emotional mess. I've held on to that anger for so long, it's hard to let go. She blew out a breath. But maybe you're right. A wedding is the perfect occasion to start fresh. Admit it, you still have a thing for Chase. I never stopped loving him. Now you're making me cry, Rose sniffed. No crying. You started to tell me over dinner the other night how you and Alex met. Spill and tell me the whole story. And then we're getting lunch and a massage. Rose had skipped breakfast, knowing she'd eat a big lunch. Perfect, Amanda smiled. Now dish. By the time Rose finished the story, they'd finished lunch and were waiting for their massages. So that's how we met. You and I were not so different. I thought Alex cheated on me with that awful Allison, when in reality, she threw herself at him. If I'd waited another moment, I'd have seen him push her away. Sometimes, things aren't always what they seem. She admired her toes. Trust me, I learned the hard way. Wait a minute. Alex took off half his clothes to show the whole town he didn't care about his scars anymore. He got down on one knee, but didn't ask you to marry him? Amanda wanted to go shake the guy by his hoodie. She noticed there were times Alex pulled a ball cap down low or kept his shades on when it was cloudy, but mostly he'd been able to live with the new version of himself. And to her, his scars were barely noticeable. Nothing but faint lines you had to look close to even notice. He asked me to come home for always. That was all I needed. He's my home. She laughed. Don't I sound like a sappy commercial? It's the wedding. Weddings turn everyone into big emotional messes. Rose nodded. Don't I know it? Do you think you and Alex will get married at some point? Rose pursed her lips. I'm not in any rush, but I think we will someday. A perky brunette wearing a blue top and pants came into the waiting room. Amanda and Rose? They stood. Come on back. What are the women doing today? Earl leaned back in the chair as the waves rolled in. Girly spa stuff? Chase shrugged. How do I know? One of Chase's friends slapped him on the shoulder. They'll all be talking and telling tales on us. You'll be sleeping on the sofa, another guy called out. Chase was sitting next to Alex. They were all wearing heavy coats, hat and gloves, as they fished on the empty beach. As they were ribbing each other about women in marriage, fireworks went off a ways down the beach. Alex gripped the beer, his knuckles white, as sweat broke out across his forehead. Chase kept his voice down. You okay? I'm fine. Alex accepted the plate of ribs, baked beans, cornbread, and mashed potatoes from Earl. I'll go have a word with whoever is setting off fireworks, the big man spoke quietly. No. Alex put a hand on Earl's shoulder. I'm doing much better. He took a sip of his beer, the plate of food warm on his legs. It's good you all are here. It helps. There was silence as the men dug into the plates of food Mabel had prepared and sent with Earl. Alex cleared his throat. I've been talking to someone. It helps. He clenched his jaw. I'm not a soldier. I didn't go through what many of them experienced. He ran his hands through his hair, then put his hat back on. Not being able to move on, it makes me feel weak. I keep seeing bits and pieces at the oddest times. A sound or smell, or even a tone of voice triggers an attack. He pushed his shoe back and forth in the sand, watching the water well up. A therapist is helping me work through everything. Chase leaned into his half-brother. Alex, you are not weak. You are one of the strongest people I know. You moved forward, found Rose, adopted Smokey and Bandit, built a life. He put a hand on his brother's shoulder. We're family. I'll always be here for you. You know if you need money, I'd like to help. You don't have to marry Amanda. Alex stared out at the ocean, laughing as one of Chase's friends reeled in an old tin can instead of a fish. As Chase watched his friends enjoying the cold day, fishing and shooting the breeze, he let the knowledge settle deep within. No, you and Rose have plans. I don't want a handout. Let me do things my way. He set his jaw. I'll get by. I always do. His brother eased his grip on the fishing rod and turned to him with a grin. So, you do want to marry Amanda. I knew it. He turned to Earl. You owe me $10. Earl shook his head. The wedding hasn't happened yet. Wait a minute. You two are betting on whether I'll get married? Now don't get all worked up. It's more that we think sweet Amanda will come to her senses and run. Earl laughed as Chase narrowed his eyes. Funny, Earl. I might tell Mabel how I saw you at the jeweler's across town, looking at diamond rings. The mechanic's craggy face paled. Now, Chase, I was just having some fun. Don't be starting a war. As another guy reeled in an old scuba snorkel, the rest of them moved the chairs back so they wouldn't get soaked by the waves. Alex spoke quietly, so only Chase could hear. Whatever happened back in high school, from what I heard, you two were crazy in love. He shook his head. Let's just say that Billy wasn't really my best friend, and leave it at that. No way did Chase want to tell Alex how Billy and Amanda hooked up. He'd seen the guy with her on the pier, watched as the guy he'd thought always had his back kissed the only girl he'd ever loved. Unwilling to watch the two of them together, he turned his truck around and left them there. The next day, he signed up to spend a year on a fishing boat in Alaska. By the time he came back, Amanda was up north, and Billy left to go to college out west. She broke his heart into so many pieces, Chase swore there were still a few slivers out there at the bottom of the ocean. What had he been thinking to agree to marry a woman with that much power over his heart? Chapter 9. Today was the big day. She was getting married to the guy she'd loved since high school. Amanda pushed away the giddy feelings. This was a business arrangement. No forgetting that he'd cheated on her. Once a cheater, always a cheater. But it was hard not to get caught up in the excitement, to let hope shine through the dark spaces of her heart. She pulled into the parking lot of Curl Up and Die, looking forward to getting her hair done. It was such a treat when someone else styled your hair. The owner, Linda, opened the door. "Come on in." The funky retro salon was cozy and warm inside. "I thought you'd be busy today." Amanda took off her scarf and hat, hanging them on pegs by the door. "We will be. The other appointments start after yours. I thought you'd like the place to yourself on your special day." Linda handed her a mug of hot chocolate with heart-shaped marshmallows floating on top. "Thank you. It's been overwhelming." Amanda relaxed in the chair, looking around the cute salon. It was decorated in a retro style, all pinks and mint greens with pithy sayings framed on the walls. The chairs were pink, deeply padded, and so comfortable she thought she could sit here all day. Linda had painted the walls pale pink with lots of framed pictures of women from the 40s and 50s, and a variety of mirrors in every shape and size. There were plants on the deep windowsills, a lazy cat curled up around a plant. The orange tabby yawned and went back to sleep, soaking up the sun. Linda stood behind her, fastening the hot pink cape around her neck. "What did you have in mind for today? Some kind of updo?" She pulled the ponytail holder out, letting Amanda's hair down. "You have such beautiful hair, so thick and wavy, and that color, gorgeous. All the reds and golds, with a hint of caramel." "Thank you." Amanda scrolled through her phone, looking for the picture she'd saved. "How about something like this?" She held up a picture of a woman with her hair half up and half down. A thick fishtail braid wound around her head to the back, the rest of her hair done in soft waves. Linda took the phone, zooming in on the photo. "You'll look exquisite." She handed back the phone. "Let me get a few things together and we'll get started." Soft music played in the background as Amanda sipped the hot chocolate. It was so nice to have someone else deal with her hair. As thick as it was, if she didn't blow it dry, it would take all day to dry. An hour later, Linda spun the chair around and handed her a mirror. "What do you think?" Amanda blinked, sleepy from the heat of the dryer. "It's beautiful, even prettier than the picture." As Linda turned the chair around again, she held up the mirror. "For something new." There was a rhinestone butterfly nestled in the V where the fishtail braid ended. "I don't know what to say. Let me pay you for the clip." She admired how pretty her hair looked and wondered if she practiced enough, if she could replicate the look later. It would be perfect for the date nights Chase had insisted on. "Nope, it's a gift," hence the something new part. She patted her shoulders. "You're a beautiful bride. I'm so glad you and Chase found each other again after all these years. He needed someone to settle him down." It took a minute before she could answer. Amanda cleared her throat. "Thank you, Linda." Not wanting the wind to mess up her hair, Linda helped her wrap a scarf around her hair so it would be perfect for the afternoon wedding. "I'm not taking this off until I walk in the clubhouse at the marina. Leroy and I will see you at the wedding." Linda helped her into her coat. As Amanda was leaving, 2 cars pulled up. Hazel and Mabel got out of the cars. "I told you we should have gotten here earlier, Mabel. Now we can't see Amanda's hair." "Leave her be, Hazel. It should be a surprise." She hugged Amanda. "You excited, honey?" Hazel peered at her, lips pursed. "You look nervous." "Maybe a bit of both," she admitted. Mabel reached into her pocket. "Something old." She took Amanda's hand and placed a ring in her palm. It had a silver band with a pink stone. "I found it at an antique shop while Earl was looking at old cars. Do you like it?" "It's amazing. I'll return it after the wedding. Thank you." She took off her glove and put the ring on her right hand. It fit her ring finger perfectly, the pink stone matching her manicure. "No, you keep the ring. The owner of the shop said it brings luck." Hazel snorted. "Maybe she'd better give it back to you. It might help Earl propose to you." Amanda put her glove back on and touched the scarf covering her hair. "Linda took pictures if you want to see them." Mabel spoke before her best friend could. "We'll wait until you're walking down the aisle. See you soon." They went into the shop, laughing and talking with Linda as Amanda walked to her car. She had something old and something new. Did she need something borrowed and something blue? Her toes were blue, so that would count. Maybe she could borrow something from Rose. It might not be a real marriage, but it was a real wedding, and Amanda wanted the day to be perfect. As she stood in the great room, looking out at the clear blue sky and the ocean, Amanda wiped a tear from her cheek. "I wish you were here, Graham. Perhaps you were right. It's time for me to find balance in my life." A knock at the door had her turning. "Bye, Mr. Fish." She put a few food pellets in his aquarium and then opened the door. "Hey, Rose. Thanks for driving." "I'm so excited I can hardly stand it." They were almost the same height. Rose had blonde hair and blue eyes and a grin so wide it made Amanda grim. Her new friend carried the bag containing her dress and shoes, while Amanda picked up the tote bag with the rest of what she needed to get ready. Married? Who would have ever thought? The clubhouse inside the marina was warm. The scent of flowers filled the air. There was a room in the back with a large bathroom for them to change. Rose hung the dress on a hook. "From what you told me, you have everything except the something borrowed item." It slipped my mind with everything else going on. Amanda finished unpacking her makeup. "I'd like you to wear this today." She slipped a silver bangle off her wrist and handed it to Amanda. "It's lovely." She held it up. "It has your name." She squinted and laughed. "And the dogs' names." "Alex gave it to me." Rose touched the bangle, now on Amanda's wrist. "I'll take good care of it." Rose had put together a playlist with everything from old school rock and roll to sappy love songs. They sang along as they got ready. Makeup finished, Amanda held up the beautiful dress. There weren't any attendants. With Graham gone, it didn't feel right. So she and Chase decided they would walk down the aisle alone. Though as family, Rose and Alex would be in the front row. The clubhouse looked so pretty with all the flowers. Amanda inhaled. It does. I love that I can smell the ocean along with the flowers. The sound of the waves hitting the pier makes it the perfect beach wedding. Rose helped her into the dress, doing up the small hidden buttons at the back, then attaching the pretty flower to cover them. There, she put her hands on her hips, looking Amanda over from head to toe. Perfection! Amanda put her hands in the pockets and slowly turned in front of the mirror. Get out! Your dress has pockets? That is the most fabulous dress ever. I know, right? Amanda laughed. She'd put her lip gloss, a few tissues, and an old pearl button from Graham's favorite dress in her pockets. She zipped up the back of Rose's dress. Her friend wore a pastel blue dress with long sleeves. She had sky blue heels with long satin straps that tied into a bow at her ankles. It might be the dead of winter, but they went with a spring theme and ignored the cold. Did you see the favors on the tables? I saw the cute little baskets. Amanda put on the rest of her jewelry and smiled at the rosy-cheeked woman smiling back at her. She looked happy for the first time in a long time. Alex put Bandit cocktail sauce in each one, along with hot chocolate mix and candy hearts. There's a pack of fishing lures for the guys and pink sunglasses for the women. I love that sauce. It's so good. Rose finished applying a pale pink lip gloss. It is. Alex is working on a hot pepper jelly that's amazing. The same food conglomerate is interested in buying it. That's great. Chase showed me the label you designed. You're talented. Rose blushed. I've had fun designing logos for a few of the businesses in town. We're going to start a nonprofit. Alex found some land over the bridge. There's plenty of room for unwanted animals to live out their days. That's nice. Maybe I could help. I need something to keep myself occupied. Stopped from asking more about the sanctuary when the door banged open, Amanda jumped as Bandit ran through the room, a sandwich in his mouth. Smokey was close behind, carrying a package of hot dogs. Oh no, what have they done now? Rose stared after the dogs as they ran back out of the room. At least they'll be full, so they won't steal food at the reception. Amanda tried not to laugh. Rose narrowed her eyes. Let's hope so. She shook her head. I'll make sure everyone is seated. Do you need anything else? I'm good. Thank you for everything. That's what sisters are for. Rose hugged her. As her new friend and soon-to-be sister-in-law went out the door, Amanda sniffed so she wouldn't cry and ruin her makeup. She'd always wanted a sister. Chapter 10. The music filled the clubhouse, mingling with the sound of the waves as they crashed against the pier. The sun shone through the windows, turning the old scarred wood floors to gold. The flowers looked magical in the sunlight. The whole room looked like something out of a fairy tale. Her fairy tale. All the regulars were in attendance, even Smokey and Bandit. Dressed in tuxes, led down the aisle by two adorable little girls in pink petal dresses. The dogs looked like angels. Bandit was some kind of mixed breed dog. He was black, white, and brown, with faded scars on his face and body. Amanda could understand why Alex wanted the little monster. Smokey was gray, with a tiny white spot in the shape of a heart on one ear. When she caught sight of Earl and Mabel sitting together, she smiled and hoped there might be another wedding soon. Rose and Alex sat in the front row, looking content and happy together. He turned, and Amanda sucked in a breath. That look! That was what she wanted with all her heart, for Chase to look at her like that. I wish you were here to see this, Graham, Amanda whispered as she peeked through the windows. She'd chosen to walk down the aisle alone. Her favorite picture of Graham in her pocket, with the old pearl button. The picture was from 2 years ago during a long holiday weekend. They were both by the water, laughing at a seagull who'd stolen a hot dog from a man. Straightening her shoulders, she swallowed and lifted her head high. Two boys opened the doors, and she stepped forward, eyes on Chase, standing tall and so handsome in his tuxedo. He'd cut his black hair and shaved this morning. Green eyes met hers, and he smiled, making her heart jump with every step, closer and closer. Maybe, her head said. Yes. Her heart thumped as she walked towards her future. Chase couldn't breathe as the doors opened and he caught sight of Amanda. If it was possible, she was even more beautiful than the first time he'd laid eyes on her. The first day of school, this girl with long red hair and eyes the color of a summer sky sauntered into the classroom, smiled at him, and took the desk next to his. He'd been lost. But now, she'd grown into a beautiful, confident, kind woman, his partner. He drank in every detail, from the pale shell pink on her nails, to the pink ring, to the diamond studs in her ears, her grandmother's earrings. Rose lent her the silver bracelet she always wore for something borrowed. Alex caught his eye as Chase nodded. When Amanda took another step, he grinned again, noticing her blue toes, the color of the ocean at twilight. The crystal heels caught the sunlight, making her look like she was floating towards him. The bouquet of pale pinks and whites reinforced his impression of a fairy queen, and the dress. The dress looked like it was out of a movie. She was prettier than any model he'd ever seen grace the cover of those magazines women like to flip through. The room might as well have been empty. He only had eyes for her. So much wasted time, wasted years. When she stood next to him, he smelled honeysuckle and gardenias. "You take my breath away," he whispered. His friend spoke to start the ceremony, preventing her from answering. Chase knew he'd remember every detail, every word as they recited their vows. They'd tied the rings to the collars of Smokey and Bandit. The normally sneaky dogs sat perfectly still, like they'd been to obedience school, watching every move of the ceremony, though Chase thought they were probably mapping out the best exits to take after stealing a dinner or two. Amanda's voice was clear and strong as she recited the vows, though her eyes were bright. He was the one who had to clear his throat, swallow several times, and if he discreetly wiped his cheek, that was his business. "I now pronounce you man and wife. You may kiss your bride." Chase took a step and pulled Amanda close. He kissed her lightly on the lips, even though he wanted to wrap his arms around her and kiss her 1,000 times to make up for all the lost kisses. The crowd cheered, the dogs barked, and he heard the distant cry of the gulls as they circled around the pier. The scent of the ocean mixed with the flowers as he held her hand, led her to the adjoining room where the buffet and drinks waited. "Hungry?" He nudged her. "Bet you can't remember when you last ate something." "Not today. I was too nervous." She smiled at him. "I'm starved." Mabel, along with several ladies in town, prepared the feast. There was fried chicken, green beans, mashed potatoes, baked beans, potato salad, coleslaw, and cornbread and biscuits. He was hungry just looking at all the food. As he pulled out a chair for Amanda, Chase pointed at the dogs. Their leashes were anchored by the leg of the chair his brother occupied. They had pink and white bowls filled with water and dog chow, but he caught the speculative look in their eyes as they tracked every movement at the table with the mountain of fried chicken. The cakes sat on a separate table, a line of pastel colors, except his chocolate cake, which he planned on getting a huge slice or two before his friends devoured it. The music started up and he touched her arm. "Ready for our first dance?" It all feels like a dream." Her cheeks were pink, her eyes shining as he led her to the dance floor, twirling her around. The next time they passed by the dogs, Chase pointed at them. "Don't even think about it." Bandit looked at him as if to say, "Who, me?" "They're being really good." She smiled at the two dogs, who were doing their best to look innocent. "Looks can be deceiving." Chase smiled at her. "When they steal someone's chicken leg, don't yell at me." Amanda shrugged. "It's our wedding. I can spare a chicken leg or two." Chase made a note to monitor the dogs, who opened doors and found their way into locked buildings. The buffet would be easy pickings for these thieves. They'd returned to the table to eat, and in between bites, spoke to people who stopped by to wish them well, drank to the toasts. "You two make a lovely couple." Harrison Snow beamed down at them. "I think your grandmother was right, Amanda." He winked at them and moved on to speak with Colton James, the new lawyer taking over the practice when he retired. She always liked to be right. Amanda swallowed a bite of potato salad. "I've missed homemade food." "You're too skinny." He grinned at her. "Don't worry, I'll put a few pounds on you." "Chase Harrison, you must be the only man nowadays to think a woman is too skinny." "I like real women." He took a bite of mashed potatoes, then swallowed. "Make that one woman." She blushed, and instead of answering him, took a bite of chicken. Stomachs full, Chase pushed away from the table. He held out a hand. "Let's dance off some of this food so we can have cake." "I noticed you already put our slices on the table." She took his hand, her palm warm in his, her ring sparkling in the light as he led her to the dance floor. "My vulture friends love cake. You'll thank me later when there's none left." "You got us 5 slices each," she laughed. "All the flavors we liked." He placed a hand on her back, felt her hair brush his hand as he led her around the dance floor. With her heels on, she was a good 4 inches taller and eye level with him. He didn't know how women could walk, let alone dance in shoes like those, but they sure were pretty. When a song came on about a guy who went to a wedding but never told the girl he loved her, Chase took a deep breath. High school was a long time ago. Could we leave the past in the past, forget it, and move forward? Start over? She stiffened against him. After a minute, she said, "I'd like that." He felt her relax, the tension easing out of her shoulders. The afternoon faded into evening before the party finally broke up. As they left, Chase swept her up in his arms. "What are you doing? Put me down." There were hoops and hollers as he carried her to his truck. "No, ma'am. Can't have you ruining those pretty shoes." She shook her head, scowling. So he tossed her up in the air a few inches, then caught her. A laugh escaped, and his heart skipped a beat. But as he rounded the corner to his truck, the pier came into view. She went stiff in his arms. The smile faded, and his wife didn't say a word on the short drive home. Did they ever truly leave the past in the past? Chase sighed. Chapter 11. One look at the pier where she'd waited all night all those years ago put a damper on her happiness at getting married, pretending they'd stayed together all that time, hadn't hurt each other. Amanda pushed the past away as he carried her up the stairs and inside the cottage. One hand braced against the wall, she leaned over to take off her shoes. "Let me help." Chase knelt down, took her foot in his hand, and unbuckled the crystal strap. He placed the shoes next to her boots, then removed his own. "Wow, that's a lot of presents." He nodded to the kitchen counters where an array of multicolored packages waited. "Hazel brought them over. Enough wallowing. Amanda squared her shoulders. She could do this, the marriage thing with him. We'll split the thank you notes. Fine by me. He untied his bow tie and removed his jacket. I want to change into something comfortable. He looked her over from head to toe. I just noticed the flowers on your dress. Pretty. He rubbed his palm over his chin. That is, should I call Rose to help you out of the dress? She turned to him. If you can undo the flower on the back and get those little buttons, I can take care of the rest. Okay. When his hand brushed her back, his fingers trembled. It pleased her to know he was just as affected by the wedding as she was. His breath brushed her neck. All done. His voice sounded odd, rough. She pulled away, her face hot. I'll be back soon. Amanda picked up the gorgeous shoes and carried them upstairs, the dress swishing with every step. He followed her up the stairs. I'll change, then pour us a glass of the champagne Alex and Rose sent over. Sounds good. In her room, Amanda shut the door and leaned against the wall, taking deep breaths, the heels dangling from her fingers. She pulled the photograph from the pocket of her dress. If you're up there watching over me, send me some of your luck. Amanda removed the crystal butterfly clip from her hair, careful not to mess up the fishtail braid. She took off the ring Mabel had given her. Feeling silly, she rubbed the pink stone. Bring me some of that promised luck you told me about. She pulled the old pearl button from Graham's favorite dress out of her pocket and set it on the dresser. Then she removed the diamond studs and Rose's bracelet. You can do this. She undressed, carefully hung up the beautiful dress, and put the heels on a shelf in the closet. Dressed in a cozy sweater and soft leggings, she padded downstairs, the silver bracelet and a note in her hand. She placed the note and the bracelet on the counter. It was nice of Rose to offer to look after Mr. Fish while we're gone. Chase handed her a glass of champagne. I wasn't sure what you liked, so I made an assortment. He held out a plate of chocolate-dipped fruit. She picked up a strawberry and popped it into her mouth. Yum, you made these? It was easy. He shrugged. They're delicious. She ate a chocolate-covered cherry. Glass of champagne in hand, Amanda turned and stopped. Mr. Fish! Her jaw hit the floor. You did this for me? Mr. Fish swam around in a huge aquarium with all kinds of plants, shells, a shipwreck, and other interesting things to keep him occupied. She peered into the tank as Mr. Fish swam through a small bridge made of driftwood. My wedding gift to you. He stood next to her and looked into the tank. He needs room to roam. I bet he gets all the girls with that fringed tail. Chase gave the fish a pellet. Do you like it? It's wonderful. Mr. Fish and I thank you. She walked around the tank, noticing the thoughtful details he'd added. Come on, I've got something for you, too. She left her glass on the table and opened the door to the deck. The lights he'd replaced lit up the darkness. The cold soaked through her fuzzy socks as she led the way down the stairs. The dunes blocked most of the wind off the ocean, but it was still freezing. She flicked a switch, and multicolored lights lit up the hot tub. Rose told me you injured your shoulder and knee a while back. I thought a hot tub would help when they bother you. He stood there staring at the bubbling water. Did he like it? You had a hot tub put in? For me. He turned to her, a dumbfounded look on his face. You did this while I was at Alex's? Had it all planned? Sneaky. I guess it's really for both of us. She smiled. How about a dip? It's the nicest thing anyone's ever done for me. He hugged her. Last one in does the dishes. He ran past her, taking the stairs 2 at a time, as she stood there, gaping. Relaxed and warm, Amanda dreaded getting out of the hot tub. They'd soaked and talked for almost an hour. Wait until she had the pool put in, then he'd really flip. Chase shifted, rotating his shoulder. What happened? He sat across from her. Accident when I was in Alaska. There was a storm. The boat went down. I got tangled up in the ropes, trying to pull another guy out of the water. I spent a few days in the hospital, but thankfully we didn't lose anyone. He rubbed his shoulder. It bothers me when the weather changes. He grinned. You hitched yourself to an old man. Amanda rolled her eyes. Old? At 26. She narrowed her eyes and splashed him. Did you forget we're the same age? He splashed her back. You're 3 months younger than me. Hot and sleepy, she held up a hand. I'm a wrinkled raisin. Time to get out. Chase got out first, so he could hand her a towel, sparing her standing in the cold. I make a mean hot chocolate. She hurried up the stairs, past him, to get out of the wind. Sounds like heaven. Chapter 12. Chase called up the stairs to her. Amanda, are you almost ready? He wanted to get on the road and get going. Why do women take so long to pack? He rolled his eyes at Mr. Fish. The fish ignored him and swam into the shipwreck. She came down the stairs carrying a suitcase and 2 bags. I'll have you know I do not take too long to pack, thank you very much. She sat on the bench next to the door to pull her boots on. His wife. Where are we going again? Amanda looked at him. She'd pulled her hair into a ponytail and left her face bare. He liked that she didn't wear makeup all the time. Mint Hill, it's northwest of Boone. The cabin is on a lake in the mountains. She pulled her jacket on. It was really nice of Alex and Rose to give us a week there. Do you think it'll snow? Haven't you had enough snow living in D.C.? Nope. Amanda shook her head. Normally snow is a pain, but when you don't have to go anywhere, it's magic. She went to the counter to check her list again. Don't worry, Rose will take good care of Mr. Fish. Just double-checking. He mock-scowled at her as he carried the bags down the stairs to his truck. You're not going to make me stop 100 times along the way, are you? Maybe. That's part of the fun of a road trip. Amanda grinned. Who knows? I might want to stop at antique shops or something along the way. Now you're just being mean, he teased her. This was the Amanda he remembered, full of laughter and fun. On the way, Chase told her about his mom, how she'd been a waitress at the beach. It was where she'd met Alex's dad. They started an affair, and he was the result. Alex hadn't known until much later. After Alex's dad died, his mom found out she had cancer. They'd used every cent he left them, but it wasn't enough. Chase had been paying off hospital bills ever since she passed away. He'd finally paid off the final amount right before his boat caught fire. When they stopped at an antique shop, he trailed after her, watching her look at a bunch of old stuff. He told her about Alex, his half-brother, and the accident, how his uncle stole his money. They were back on the road when he finished telling her about he and Alex getting past what his dad had done, becoming brothers, family. Mint Hill was everything Amanda expected of a quaint mountain town. Restaurants and shops lined the main street. There were stone planters along the street filled with pansies. The sky was molten silver, and the air smelled like pine and snow, the mountains rising in the distance. They'd stopped at the grocery/hardware store in town to stock up on essentials so they could eat breakfast and lunch at the cabin, but come into town for dinner. Thank goodness he'd driven. The windy road up the mountain made her nervous, even more so when it changed from blacktop to gravel to a dirt road, barely wide enough for the truck to make it through. "Looks like this is the turnoff." Chase turned onto an even smaller dirt road. "Are you sure? This looks more like a horse trail." She pressed her palms together. Living in D.C., she took the metro or a cab most of the time. It was expensive to garage a car, and the traffic was horrendous in the city. The road opened up onto a circular drive with a stone fountain out front. "It's adorable. Chase, look, there's the lake." She pointed to the side of the A-frame cabin. "Talk about a view." He stopped the truck, got out and stretched. Amanda had taken pity on him during the 5-hour drive and only stopped once to shop. "I'll get the bags if you grab the groceries." He dressed warmly in jeans and a thick sweater. They almost matched. She'd worn old faded jeans, a gray cashmere sweater, and fleece-lined boots. When she stepped inside the cabin, Amanda gasped. "I know, right?" Chase stood in front of the glass wall overlooking the lake. The entire back of the cabin was glass, with sliding doors that led out to a large deck with a hot tub. She could see there was a dock with 2 chairs, and in the distance, at the far end of the lake, there was a waterfall. "It's perfect. The view is spectacular." It took one more trip to bring in the rest of their things. He came out of one of the bedrooms. "I gave you the room with the tub." He grinned. "Wait until you see the bathroom." The bedroom contained an old iron bed with a faded patchwork quilt and lots of blankets piled in a basket next to the bed. She stepped into the adjoining bathroom and did a little dance. The chuckle sounded close to her ear. "I thought you'd like it." Without thinking, she hugged him. They stayed in each other's arms as the minutes ticked by. Then she stepped back, her cheeks hot. "I'm going to unpack." He ran a hand through his hair. "I'll see you downstairs." That was awkward. She sighed. Why was it so hard for her to let go of the past? Amanda ran a hand over the huge clawfoot tub, which sat in front of floor-to-ceiling windows overlooking the lake. Theirs was the only cabin on the lake, so she could soak in the tub and look at the water without worrying about anyone seeing her. They decorated the bathroom in a creamy tile. There was a glass walk-in shower and a deep round sink with plenty of counter space. Thick, fluffy white towels waited on a rustic wood stool. While she unpacked, Amanda decided it was time to put on her big girl pants and have a sit-down with Chase. They were married for the next year, so it was ridiculous to tiptoe around the past for an entire year. It was time to talk about it, get it out in the open, and maybe, just maybe, they could move forward, get to know each other again. He was easy to be around, easygoing and quick to laugh. Plus, he could fix or build just about anything, which was a huge plus in her mind. Rose was right. Chase was one of the good ones, and Amanda didn't want to let him get away a second time. It was time for her to open her heart and trust again. Before she went downstairs, she peeked in his room. It was a similar setup. There was a blue and green flannel duvet on the bed, and they decorated the bathroom in shades of tan, brown, and beige. Very masculine with all the dark wood. The walk-in shower boasted multiple shower heads and jets, which more than made up for the lack of a clawfoot tub. Well, not for her, but definitely for him. On her way out of the room, she stopped. There on the dresser next to his wallet was a faded scrap of material. Hands shaking, she picked it up. It was a piece of red and white gingham, faded and worn. Could it be? On their very first date, she'd worn a red and white gingham sundress with white sandals and her hair loose. It had been her favorite dress. On their date, she'd caught it on a nail at the outdoor cafe, and a small piece ripped off near the hem. Graham had taken the dress up 2 inches to repair it, and she'd never given a second thought to the scrap that he'd picked up off the floor. Chase had kept it all this time. Could she have somehow been mistaken all those years ago? Memories of them together filled her head as she went downstairs to talk to her husband. Chapter 13. They were halfway through the week when the snowstorm hit. Amanda woke to a winter wonderland. She pulled on sweats and warm socks and padded downstairs. "I smell bacon and coffee." He wore a sweatshirt with his company logo and a pair of faded jeans with a hole in the knee. Chase handed her a mug. "I don't know how you can call that stuff coffee when you like all that cream and sugar in it. Coffee should be black." "I like coffee with my sugar and cream." She peeked in the pan. "Omelets?" "Yep, bacon's done and the toast will be ready in a minute." She pulled plates out of the cabinet to set the table. It was a round wood table that faced the view. The owner set the entire cabin up to bring the view inside. As she folded the cloth napkins she'd found in a drawer, Amanda could feel the cold from the window. When she opened another drawer to search for a butter knife, Amanda blinked and pointed. "Why are there multicolored eggs on the counter? Don't tell me we're eating those." He handed her a plate. "They're from the owner's chickens. She brought them by yesterday when you were soaking in the tub." "But they're not in the refrigerator." They sat at the table. The scent of breakfast filled the air and mingled with the smell from the wood stove. It was cozy and homey. "Fresh eggs, straight from chickens, don't need to be refrigerated. They have a coating on them so they can stay on the counter until we need them." "I didn't know that. There are so many colors." She saw blue, green, pink, and shades of browns. "It might be fun to have a few chickens." Chase crunched a piece of bacon. "A lot of places don't allow them. Magnolia Beach does, though I don't think there's enough room on the lot for a coop." She finished the omelet and wiped her mouth with a napkin. "I guess not, especially since I want to have a pool put in. There's enough room, and we won't disturb the existing dunes." He stopped eating, the fork halfway to his mouth. "Wouldn't you just swim in the ocean?" "Yes, unless it's rough or too cold. With a pool and a heater, we can swim during the shoulder seasons." Amanda squirmed. "Last year, I went to Ocean City in Maryland with some friends and stepped on some kind of fish. It scared me." She shuddered. "I don't like not being able to see the bottom. It bothered me, even as a kid. Graham used to laugh at me." "Sharks are busy being sharks. They aren't interested in eating us." He leaned back in the chair. "I know, but this way I can get a bit of exercise." She took their plates to the kitchen. The cabinets were a dark wood, and the appliances all stainless. As she loaded them in the dishwasher, she thought how nice it would be to swim every morning. No rushing around to get ready for work. "You want another cup of coffee?" He got up and brought his mug over. "I'll make it." He looked out the window. "Looks like we won't be going into town for dinner tonight. If there's anything else you want, we better hit the grocery store this morning." "Let me make a list, and I'll go with you. I'll make chili." She opened a few drawers until she came up with a pad of paper and a pen. Amanda took them over to the sofa with her coffee and wrapped a fleece blanket around her. The snow was so pretty, the big fluffy flakes falling on the water. "You told me you don't cook." He sat on the sofa next to her, his feet on the table. "I don't. When I lived in D.C., I never had time and didn't want to cook for just one. I can make Graham's chili, French onion soup, and spaghetti, but not homemade meatballs." I like all those. His shoulder brushed her arm as he leaned forward to pick up his mug of coffee. Let me see that. She took the mug from his hand and looked at the bottom. Hey, hands off my coffee. Chase leaned over to peer at the mug. What are you looking at? Amanda handed him back the mug. I knew it. It's from Seagrove. When we drove through town, I thought I saw a shop selling pottery. The snow had let up for the moment, the flakes small, and not coming down as fast. Come on, let's go. I want to pop in that store and see if they have mugs from Seagrove. What's the deal with Seagrove? He frowned, turning the mugs over, looking at them, before he put them in the dishwasher. They're plain old mugs. While she zipped up her jacket, Amanda answered him. The pottery from Seagrove is famous. There are so many talented potters in the town. Mugs would be a great addition to the thank you gifts I'm putting together. For what? Chase picked up the keys from the table and handed her a scarf and hat. The mittens were in her pocket, and she had her wallet. No need to bring her phone, so she left it charging on the counter. He opened the door to the truck for her. Thank you gifts. For Chris, for letting us use the clubhouse at the marina. For Rose and Alex, Mabel, Hazel, and a few others. She sighed in pleasure as the warmth from the heated seats seeped into her bones. The snow fell steadily, covering the roads and turning the trees white. Chase looked up at the sky. I'll get the groceries while you look for the mugs. The way the snow's coming down, we won't be going anywhere for a few days. It won't take me long. I'll be fast, Amanda promised, as she made a list of everyone she wanted to buy mugs for. They'd go so well with the gift boxes she was putting together, a different box for each person based on what they liked. Chase's friend Chris from the marina would get a mug, a bag of coffee, a hand-knitted hat, and a new fishing rod to replace the one he lost while fishing. In the little town, people were bustling in and out of the shops as the snow turned the street into a scene out of a holiday movie. Even with people around, it was quiet. The snow muffled the sounds. The shop selling goods made in North Carolina was 3 stores down from the hardware/grocery store. Here, I don't want you to get cold if you finish first. Chase handed her the keys to the truck. I'll meet you at the truck when we're done. In the window of an antique store next door, a brooch caught her eye. Sounds good. Mabel would love the brooch. It didn't take Amanda long. She'd always been a fast shopper. Go in with an idea of what you want and get out. No dawdling. She bought the brooch for Mabel and a bracelet made of sterling silver spoons for Rose. It had 2 enamel charms where the spoons met, a black dog and a gray dog. Perfect. In the gift shop, she purchased mugs and soup bowls. Pleased with her gifts, Amanda stowed them in the truck and went in the store to find Chase. He was talking to the owner who'd rented them the cabin. I was telling your husband to stock up. We'll be snowed in for a few days. Once it stops, my husband will come plow the road. Appreciate it. Chase pulled out his wallet. Why don't you load up and I'll pay for the groceries? Amanda spied more colorful eggs on the counter. Did you get more eggs? She called out as he made his way through the store. Of course. The bell over the door jingled as he went outside. That is one fine-looking husband you've got there, the shopkeeper waggled her brows. Heat bloomed across her face. He is, isn't he? Out of the corner of her eye, a pile of color beckoned. She turned and gasped. Wow, those sweaters are amazing. The owner came around the counter to meet her at the table. Edith knits them. She's 93 this year. Says knitting keeps her going. The wool comes from her sheep. The sweaters were chunky, the cables beautiful, and the colors a variety of creams and grays. She picked out a soft gray for Rose, a heather gray for Alex, and cream for herself and Chase. By the time they left, there was no one around, and it was difficult to see more than a few feet in front of the truck as they made their way up the mountain, winding up and around to the beckoning warmth of the cozy cabin. Chapter 14. Chase took aim, let the snowball fly, and pumped a fist in the air when he hit Amanda in the back. She shrieked, "I'll get you for that!" Ducking behind a tree for cover, her black coat stood out against the snow as she reached down to scoop up a handful. He'd pulled his hat down, tightened the scarf around his neck, and zipped up his coat, even though he'd be sweating in minutes. But this way, she couldn't sneak up to throw snow down his back. The sunlight turned the ice on the trees to glass. "Go ahead, stockpile your weapons. I'm faster than you." Chase let loose, hitting the tree, 3 snowballs in a row, laughing when one caught her on the leg. She screamed and laughed as she threw snowball after snowball back at him. "You can't hide behind that tree forever." He crept around another tree to sneak up on her, making sure his shadow wouldn't give him away. But before he made it to the tree, a snowball hit him in the back of the head. Yep, he'd been smart to wear a hat. "Gotcha!" She jumped up and down, throwing her arms over her head, her cheeks pink. He chased her as Amanda let out a yelp and ran, her pink boots bright against the snow. He shook his head, wondering how many pairs of boots one woman needed. Chase followed her footsteps, then took a right turn. There, he could see her peering around a tree, looking for him, a snowball ready in her hand. Quietly, he made his way closer and closer until he grabbed her from behind, swinging her around. She shrieked, dropping the snowball. They fell to the snow, laughing as snow fell from a pine tree and landed on their faces. "You're sneaky." She stretched out, made a snow angel as the sunlight hit her face, turning her hair to fire. The pink hat lay in the snow next to her. Her eyes sparkled, her face red from exertion, and a huge smile stretched across her face. Smiles had been few and far between since she'd lost her grandmother. He was happy to see her having fun. They raced each other inside, dripping water on the floor, steam rising off their clothes. Since they'd planned on soaking in the hot tub after dinner, they skipped a shower for now and put on dry clothes. "I'll throw in a load of laundry. I hate the smell of wet clothes." Amanda carried the clothes to the closet that was now a laundry room. "Heat the chili?" "On it. And I bought those breadsticks you love." The chili tasted delicious. After dinner, they'd changed and climbed into the hot tub, soaking as the steam rose off the water. Chase groaned as the heat eased his sore knee. He'd slipped and gone down hard on it when he dove behind some shrubbery for cover from his wife with the wicked fast arm. "I didn't think it would ever quit snowing." Submerged to the chin, Amanda reached out a hand to test the air. She shuddered and quickly pulled her arm back under the water. "How much do you think we got?" "I turned on the news while you were doing the laundry. They said a little over a foot, and to expect a few more inches tonight." He pointed to the edge of the lake, where 3 deer made their way from the shore back to the cover of the trees. "I'm glad we stocked up on food, or we'd be out foraging like them." She splashed a bit of water between her palms. "I had fun today." "I did too. You could have had a career as a pitcher." He grinned. "I'd never let you starve. I could catch fish, forage for berries." "You'd be competing with the bears." Amanda splashed him. "I think they're faster." He splashed her back, making her laugh. "I'm faster when something is chasing me." The light from the windows of the cabin cast a warm glow on the deck. The clouds shifted, the moonlight turning the trees silver against the snow. He loved snow. Living at the beach, they rarely saw the white stuff. It was nice to spend a week in the mountains, snow on the ground, Amanda by his side. Chase rubbed his stomach. Picking up that chocolate cake from the bakery was a brilliant idea. Much better than any potentially poisonous berries. I couldn't pass up cake. She looked up at the sky. I'd forgotten how beautiful the stars are. With all the artificial light in the city, I never saw many. She leaned back, admiring the sky. They're so beautiful. He looked at the woman beside him, his wife. Beautiful. When Amanda decreed herself wrinkled enough, they wrapped thick towels around themselves and hurried inside. Chase showered, dressed in warm clothes, and was making her favorite beverage, hot chocolate, when she came downstairs, her cheeks pink and her hair wet. Hot chocolate's almost ready. Perfect. She sat by the fire to dry her hair. He brought the mugs over, handing her the one with marshmallows, then sat on the floor next to her. They sat in companionable silence, listening to the crackle of the fire. Chase made a decision, one he'd been thinking about ever since he'd agreed to marry her. He wanted their marriage to be real, to forgive and move forward. They'd danced around the past long enough. He cleared his throat. I've enjoyed being with you. He was watching, so he saw her stiffen, caught the wariness in her eyes as she looked at him. Look, I never stopped loving you, even after you stomped my heart into the dirt. He scrubbed his hands through his hair. What I'm saying is, we need to talk about what happened. Because I don't know about you, but I keep thinking about that night. Amanda narrowed her eyes. I stomped your heart into the dirt? How can you say that to me, after what you did? What I did? Chase took the empty mugs to the kitchen, needing to move, to pace, and process what she'd said. He closed the dishwasher and leaned against the counter, watching her face. You cheated on me, with Billy, my best friend. What? Fire in her eyes, Amanda stomped into the kitchen. You cheated on me with Tina. You knew how mean she was to me in high school. You spent our graduation night with her when you were supposed to meet me at the pier. Tears spilled onto her cheeks as she angrily wiped them away, her blue eyes filled with hurt. I waited for you all night until the sun came up. She grabbed a tissue, blew her nose. I was walking home when Billy pulled up beside me. He said he had to tell me the truth about you and Tina, how you'd planned on getting an apartment together. She wrapped her arms around herself. She was sitting in the row behind me with her friends. I heard her telling everyone about her fancy apartment in Wilmington. Chase was so angry it took him several minutes before he banked his temper, trusted himself enough to speak. Amanda, think. Billy told you I was fooling around with Tina, which, by the way, that's disgusting. She was mean and I couldn't stand her. He clenched his fists, paced back and forth across the cabin. Billy came to my house after graduation, said he had to confess what he'd done, how he'd gotten you drunk one night, how it turned into something more. My best friend told me the two of you had been seeing each other behind my back for months, that you'd switch colleges to go to Northwestern with him. He said you guys were moving in together. The enormity of the lies hit him like a rogue wave. They'd both jumped to conclusions, believed the worst of each other, been betrayed. I let my past cloud my judgment, all the history between my mom and Alex's dad, the lies and secrets. I should have known you'd never cheat on me. The pitcher shook as Amanda poured a glass of iced tea. She looked at him and held up the pitcher. When he nodded, she got another glass from the cabinet and filled it. Her fingers were ice cold when she handed him the tea. In a daze, she curled up in a chair by the fire, the tea next to her forgotten. I didn't know. Her voice shook. Instead of confronting you, asking you about what Billy told me, I left the next day. Chase sat on the coffee table facing her. I'm so sorry, Amanda. I should have talked to you. She shook her head, her voice scratchy. We shouldn't have let Billy come between us. She stared into her glass. There was nothing he could do to erase the hurt. It had defined her relationships for 8 years, made her judge every guy she met, looking for signs he'd cheat or leave. I had a job lined up for the summer along with a place to live. I went to D.C. and never looked back. She pulled the blanket up to her chin. When I visited Graham, I was always exhausted from my job. It was easy enough to avoid you, and Graham didn't push. Blue eyes met his, and the pain he saw reflected there made him want to smash things, make his so-called best friend pay for the damage he'd caused. A snort escaped. When the lawyer read the will, I should have known Graham knew what had happened. She tried to bring it up a few times, but I wouldn't talk about it. I always wondered why she'd stopped playing cards with Billy's mom. Amanda sniffed. I still have it. He knew what she was talking about. I do too. He'd kept his graduation cap, had never gotten rid of it. We planned to write our wishes on the caps and toss them into the ocean. At midnight from the pier, a small smile appeared. You remembered. He took her hands in his, rubbing them to warm them up. No more misunderstandings. Agreed. She leaned forward. Want to toss them when we get back? Chase leaned forward. He could see the freckles across her cheekbone. Let's make it special. Toss them on our 6-month anniversary? I'd like that. He could see flecks of gold in her eyes as she spoke. Inches separated them. Chase closed the space, his lips almost touching hers. There was a loud crash. Ouch! My nose! Sorry, Amanda jumped out of her chair. What was that? He was already halfway across the cabin. When he looked out the front door, Chase let loose a long whistle. A huge limb came down, missed the truck by a foot. He shut the door and went to the kitchen, opened the refrigerator. I'm hungry again. Must be all this fresh mountain air. How about a glass of wine and another piece of cake? Amanda smiled, touching her fingers to her lips. Let's toast to new beginnings. Chapter 15. The days passed so quickly. Amanda couldn't believe she'd been married a month. She and Chase settled into a comfortable routine. They got along well and complimented each other. Earl found a boat a friend of his was selling, so the guy made Chase a deal on the old boat. When she went to see it, Amanda was skeptical he could salvage it, but Chase seemed happy, so she left him to it. He split his days fixing up Shell Cottage and working on refurbishing his boat. Beach houses always needed work. It was frustrating she still hadn't figured out what to do with the rest of her life. Amanda knew at the end of the year she'd be set financially, but she wasn't ready to retire, not at this early stage of her life. Even though they were officially married, they'd agreed to date, take things slow. Amanda loved Chase fiercely in high school, still loved him after all this time, but she wanted to be sure her feelings were real, to make sure they were compatible and wanted to be together based on who they'd become, not the memory of who they were. So they went on dates. It was fun. Well, except for being on a boat. Amanda's stomach turned over as she thought about the rocking back and forth. How funny that Chase's business was taking people out to fish, and she ended up seasick. It was the end of February. They'd gone to a drive-in movie theater for Valentine's Day. The place was an hour away, but worth it for the charm factor. The servers wore neon outfits and rollerblades. The owners had painted the concession stand neon green. And the speakers? They downloaded an app, listen through the phone instead of old-fashioned speakers that used to hang on the window of cars, crackling and distorting the sound. He'd given her a silver bracelet with a crystal heart and a charm with their initials on the back. Instead of cut flowers, he'd showed her plans for a garden he'd designed for her. Alex gave Chase a bit of land next to the sanctuary to use as he wished. Chase planned to put in a huge garden for her. Amanda loved fresh fruits and vegetables, and even though her skills were lacking, signed up for a course on canning and gardening. She wanted to be in control of growing her own food, not using any pesticides. There were so many outbreaks of food illness, she wanted to grow as much of her own food as possible. A local man worked out a deal with them to keep beehives on the land, and in exchange, they would get a share of the honey. The door opened. Chase walked into the house, sniffing. "I smell brownies." He kicked off his shoes and hung his coat on the hooks he'd put up on the wall after she'd fussed at him for tossing his coat on the sofa. "Just took them out of the oven." She jumped up from the kitchen table, sliding across the old wood floors in her fuzzy socks. "I've got it. I want pretty eggs." "Eggs?" He hugged her. Her flannel shirt was soft. He glanced down and grinned, noticing it was one of his shirts. She nodded at her waist and rolled up the sleeves. "Did I miss a part of this conversation?" With a laugh, she picked a sliver of wood out of his hair. "I've been trying to figure out what to do with myself. I've always worked. It feels odd not to have to get up and be somewhere at a certain time every day." She led him over to the sofa in the great room and handed him her tablet. "Look." He arched a brow. "Is this a she-shed?" "No, look closer." Amanda leaned over and swiped through the pictures she'd saved. "A chicken coop." Chase looked at her. He was so close. She could see gold and darker green flecks in his green eyes. Smell the fresh-cut wood and paint on him. The guy'd forgotten to shave this morning, and she could see the 5 o'clock shadow on his face. He zoomed in on a few pictures. "Wait a minute. The nesting boxes have curtains." He grinned. "There's an actual chandelier in this coop." "Isn't it fabulous?" She took the tablet from him and clicked on the social media account where she'd found tons of inspiration. "I've already ordered her books and have been reading every article on her blog." Amanda waved her hand around. "This lady has the prettiest chicken coop I've ever seen." She swiped through a few photos. "See, she has a chandelier and curtains. I like how the coop has a sliding door to keep the food and treats separate from the chickens." He shook his head. "I'm keeping my mouth shut. Just tell me what you want, and I'll build it for you." Chase rubbed a hand over his chin. "Have you shown this to Rose? I bet she'll want one too." He looked at the tablet again. "Maybe a few ducks and geese too. I've heard they help with keeping pests out of the orchard and garden." "That's a great idea. If we get started soon, we can order them." She bounced on the sofa, thinking how much fun it would be to have a bunch of chickens, geese, and ducks running around. "I remember when I was little, Graham and I went to the post office. We could hear peeping noises. The guy behind the counter said the mail-order chicks were in, and the noise was driving him bonkers." "Make a list of everything you want in this fancy hen house. The more pictures, the better for what you want it to look like." Chase looked at her, a look of pain on his face. "Please tell me you're not going to paint it purple or pink." Amanda rolled her eyes. "Don't be silly. I was thinking blue and gray." She tapped a finger to her lips. "But a pink barn? Now that would be adorable." He groaned. "I'm going to take a shower, then I'm grilling steaks. Why don't you make the salad?" "Sure." Already typing up her list of wants, Amanda somehow found herself watching videos of baby goats wearing sweaters. Baby goats? What a fun addition. Looked like she was on her way to having a mini farm. Chapter 16. Later that week, they went out to dinner at What Ails You. Chase couldn't get enough of the homemade meatloaf and cheddar mashed potatoes. "Amanda, you ready?" A gust of wind hit the house. For a moment, it was like standing on the deck of a boat as the house seemed to sway. She stepped into the room, looked out the huge windows. "Looks like a storm's coming." She smelled like cherries. The woman loved her fruit shampoo. He held her coat, pulling her hair out of the way, the strands soft in his hands. Color reminded him of the sunset. "My shoulder agrees." He zipped up his jacket and followed her down the wooden stairs to the truck. It was a short drive to the pub, and they pulled up just as the skies opened up. "I'll let you out so you don't get wet." She darted inside. Chase parked across from the doors and made a run for it. Once tourists filled the town, he'd be lucky to find a parking spot on the same street. The pub was popular, with its down-home vibe and excellent food. Inside the restaurant, Chase spotted Amanda by the fireplace. Halfway across the restaurant, Dalton called out from behind the bar. "Hey, Chase." He slid 2 menus across the bar. "Jules is out sick. When you decide what you want, let me know." Dalton James was brother to Colton James, the new lawyer in town who was taking over Old Man Snow's practice. It was funny. Colton couldn't boil water, yet Dalton was an excellent chef. What made siblings choose such different paths in life? Chase wondered if his dad had been around, would he have turned out differently? Or would he still be the same guy he was today? He wasn't successful like Alex. Chase did all right with the charter business, but there were times, it was month to month, and before he'd married Amanda, there were months he wasn't sure how he could stretch the budget to get through the last week of the month. "Penny for your thoughts?" Amanda studied the menu. She'd worn jeans and boots with a black sweater. He liked it when she left her hair loose. He shook his head. "I was thinking about siblings, and how some are so similar, and others, you wonder how they came from the same parents." "I've wondered the same thing. Being an only child, I used to dream about having a big family. How different it must be." "You'd have to share your shoes, and your hair stuff." "You're still holding that against me. It was one time I told you not to use my shampoo. It's my favorite, and you'd smell like orange blossoms." Her ring sparkled in the firelight. "I love my ring. It's so beautiful. I know I said to buy a fake, but I'm glad you bought the real deal." He took her hand. "We're the real deal." Pink spread over her cheeks, making her freckles stand out. "We are. I've never been happier." Dalton stomped over to the table. "Do you know what you want to eat?" "What's wrong?" Chase looked up at his friend. Dalton was normally easygoing. Nothing bothered him, but something sure had tonight. "Mackenzie left me." He blew out a breath. "She ran up all my credit cards and took all the cash from the safe." Dalton's shoulder slumped. "I should have known better." "Is there anything we can do?" Chase asked. "Nope." Dalton shook his head. "I'm done with women, especially beautiful women." He looked to Amanda. "No offense." "None taken. But just because she was beautiful doesn't mean all pretty women are bad." Amanda squeezed Chase's hand. He wasn't sure what to say. His ex had been beautiful, and Carrie lived to cause drama. Dalton blew out a breath. "She was shallow and self-centered. Everyone told me, but I wouldn't listen." He snorted. "Nope, I'm done with women. Maybe I'll get a cat to keep me company." The tension eased and Amanda laughed. "Don't let Rose hear you say that. Before you know it, you'll have a dog and a cat." They ordered, and when Dalton was out of earshot, Amanda lowered her voice. "Will he be okay?" "He will." Chase watched his friend as he passed through the swinging doors into the kitchen. "I think he really cared for her. It'll take time for him to get over what she did." He talked Amanda into the meatloaf, knowing she'd only eat half and he could have the rest. They were debating what to order for dessert when Earl and Mabel came in. "I'll bet you $10 they're next to get married." Amanda waved them over. "You're on. I think Alex will beat him to it." She opened her mouth to say something, but closed it when Earl and Mabel came over. "Join us? We were just about to order dessert." Amanda moved her coat off the empty chair. "We'd love to." They sat, and Mabel rubbed her hands together. "It sure is cold tonight." Earl, as usual, didn't have much to say. "Hey, it's a party." Rose beamed at them, Alex behind her. "Pull up a chair." Chase stood to help Alex pull another table together. "Let me guess, you had the meatloaf." Alex grinned at him. "Yep, and I'm talking Amanda into apple pie for dessert." Mabel and Earl ordered dinner, as did Rose and Alex, while Chase and Amanda ordered the apple pie with the crumb topping. Alex wiped his mouth with a napkin. "I heard about the chicken coop." He nudged Chase. "If they ever get mad at us, we could sleep in there." "Speak for yourself. I'm not doing anything to make Amanda mad." "Good answer," she grinned. "Mabel said she's teaching the canning class you signed up for." Rose gave Alex the rest of her French fries. "I didn't know you were teaching the class. I'm so excited to learn." Amanda smiled at Mabel. "I saw you signed up for the organic gardening classes. I'm not teaching those, but the instructor is amazing." Mabel and Earl sat close together, making Chase rethink his bet with Amanda. "I want to grow as much of my own fruits and vegetables as I can. After we spent our honeymoon at the cabin in Mint Hill, I decided I wanted pretty eggs, too." While Dalton cleared the table, Chase watched Amanda interacting with everyone. His wife had become good friends with Rose. They got along so well. She got along with all his friends. After all this time, he and Amanda had found each other again, cleared up the lies of the past. If there was one thing Chase couldn't abide, it was lies. There had been too many of them growing up. "How's the nonprofit going?" "Chase said it will be a forever home for dogs, a place they can run and play." She took a sip of her tea. "Will you take in other animals too, or just dogs?" Rose smiled when Dalton brought the huge slices of chocolate cake. "Yum!" She pointed her fork at Chase. "Maybe Alex will give you a bite. I'm not sharing." He laughed. "Fair enough. Good thing Dalton's bringing a piece for me." He grinned at Amanda. "I'll share my second dessert with my wife." She smiled at him. "You better." Rose stole Alex's napkin. "You were asking about the sanctuary? I initially thought we'd just have dogs." Alex jumped in. "Then we got a call about 3 horses that needed a home, then a cow, and a pig." "So I guess we're expanding," Rose said. "Several kids from the community college are working for us as interns. We sure can use the help." "I've got time. Let me know what I can do to help. I was in product development, but I'm happy to get my hands dirty." Amanda took a bite of cake and groaned. "This is amazing." Mabel passed Earl a napkin. They fit together. She was outgoing, and he was quiet. Chase could see them years from now, old and hunched over, walking down the beach together, hand in hand. He hoped he and Amanda would be the same. "Have you decided on the paint for Shell Cottage?" Earl finished his cake and patted his stomach. "You painting the inside, too?" "We'll paint the inside first. When it's warmer, we'll paint the outside." Chase looked to Earl and then Alex. "Amanda wanted to paint the house pink." He shuddered. Alex and Earl looked horrified, making Rose laugh. "It would be pretty and perfect for the name of the cottage." Seeing the looks on their faces, Amanda laughed. "Don't worry, we agreed on a bright blue." "It's bad enough," Chase mumbled. "You should see all the colors on the walls in the house." He rolled his eyes. "What?" She widened her eyes at him. "I want to see how the colors look when the light changes during the day before I decide." Chase rolled his eyes. "It will be summer before she decides." By the time they left the pub, it had stopped raining. When they got home and relaxed in the hot tub, they talked about family, how some siblings got along so well, and others drifted apart. It was such a shock when I found out I had a brother. Alex was angrier than I was, I guess because I knew about his dad longer, so I'd had time to get used to the idea. I'm glad you two could get past everything. It's nice to have a brother, someone you can count on. He's family. I wish my mom was here to see that I found you. She moved closer until their shoulders were touching. She knows. Your grandmother is probably looking down on us right now. Chase looked at the stars. She always liked to be right. Like someone else I know, Chase grinned. Amanda narrowed her eyes. Funny. She splashed him, then jumped out of the hot tub, running for the stairs so he couldn't splash her back. You better run, he hollered after her. Chapter 17. Amanda kept her eyes closed, trusting Chase wouldn't let her trip and fall. Just a few more feet. He held her arm, guiding her through the boatyard. Ready? His voice was full of excitement. I'm ready. Chase removed the blindfold as Amanda blinked in the sunlight. It looks like you and Earl have made a lot of progress. She held a hand up to her forehead to block the sun as she gazed at the boat he was restoring. You sound underwhelmed. Green eyes full of disappointment met hers. Amanda touched his arm. Not at all. I admit I thought you finished the boat. She looked at him. I didn't have any idea how much work it takes to restore a boat. She'll be beautiful when she's done. I can't see the final vision like you can. Just like with the cottage. You couldn't picture how the paint colors would work with the furniture, but it all worked out, right? I guess you're right. He squinted at the boat. The outside was finished and painted. Other than the mechanical work, the inside still needed plenty of work. She put her hands in the pockets of her hoodie. It was a warm day for a change, so Amanda spent the day outside rearranging the porch and patio furniture and putting up the curtains in the chicken coop at the farm. Rose had made the curtains for her. While Amanda enjoyed the canning and gardening classes, she wasn't ready to tackle sewing, one skill at a time. They walked arm in arm from the boatyard through town to where they'd left the car. As they passed the salon, the door opened and a redhead emerged. Chase, is that you? The woman wore tight jeans, a tight fuzzy red sweater, and super high-heeled black boots. Amanda narrowed her eyes. Hey, Carrie. The tension radiated through his arm to her hand. This had to be the ex. The woman looked Amanda up and down. I heard you got married. Gosh, that was fast. We only broke up a month before you got hitched. A mean smile on her face. She stared at Amanda's stomach. So, when do you do, honey? Amanda's eyebrows rose to her hairline. Excuse me? You must be pregnant for Chase to marry you. He said he'd never get married. I'm not pregnant, and even if I was, it's none of your business. Why don't you move along, honey? Amanda felt the heat rising from her stomach. Sensing trouble, Chase kept quiet. Carrie took another step closer until she stood inches away from Amanda. He has a thing for redheads, but I guess you figured that out. Though why he'd want you when he could have all this is beyond me. She looked down her nose at Amanda. He's messed up because of the girl in high school who cheated on him with his best friend and broke his heart. That's enough, Carrie. I won't have you insulting my wife. Chase stepped between the two of them. You need to leave. She sneered at Amanda. You're not nearly as pretty as I'd heard. He'll leave you just like he left me. She turned and flounced over to a bright red muscle car. Chase cleared his throat. I'm sorry. She's mean. What on earth did you ever see in her? Amanda watched the car squeal out of the parking lot, glad there weren't any kids around. Why did you tell her about me? About high school? She likes to cause trouble. He ran his hands through his hair, something she noticed he did whenever he was frustrated. Carrie stirred up a lot of drama between Rose and Alex and me. He blew out a breath. I was drunk and feeling sorry for myself the night I told her about us. Chase took her hands in his. Don't let her get in your head. You're right. I'm sorry. This was the problem with small towns. Everyone, knew their personal business and history. In the car on the short drive to the cottage, she felt Chase's eyes on her. What? Do I have spinach in my teeth from lunch? He stared straight ahead. What happened to you? What do you mean? In high school, you had this light surrounding you, a glow from within. You always seemed so happy, so full of life. But now, you're different. Things bother you more easily. I grew up. My grandmother died. I'm an orphan. So yes, I've changed, and hopefully you have too. In case you've forgotten, you're the one who left. She slammed the door of the car. Chase stood in the carport, his hands clenched at his sides, the wind blowing his hair back from his face. Anger sparked in his eyes. I don't want to talk about this again. We agreed to leave the past in the past. You didn't talk to me either. Just ran off to D.C., started a whole new life without me. Maybe this whole thing was a mistake. He followed her up the stairs into the house. You know, I heard you. She whirled around. Heard me what? On the phone to one of your friends, telling them you thought I was nothing more than a mistake. He picked the keys off the counter and slammed the door behind him, leaving her standing in the kitchen, her mouth hanging open. Chase stomped into the industrial kitchen space where Alex was working on perfecting his pepper jelly. Women. Alex glanced up and, seeing something in his expression, washed his hands and walked around the stainless counter to a small table. That bad? He sat down, pushed the other chair out with his foot. Sit. Chase handed him a beer from the six-pack he'd picked up on the way and slumped into the chair. What's going on? I don't know what happened. I'd shown her the boat, which, by the way, she didn't think much of. We were walking through town and ran into Carrie. Oh. Oh? What does oh mean? Chase glared at his half-brother. Alex leaned his elbows on the table. Carrie is a troublemaker. What did she say? Chase told him about the encounter and the fight after. Talk to her. You said yourself this phone conversation was a while ago. From what you've told me, a lot has changed. You two put the past behind you, moved forward, and have made a real relationship. He sighed. Apologize to Amanda. If you don't, you can sleep on the couch for a few days until you come to your senses after she kicks you out. He glared at Alex. Come on. Alex pushed back from the table. Where are we going? Some days, Chase thought women were an alien species. Somewhere to take your mind off women. Lead the way. Chase could use a distraction. Time to figure out what had just happened. 20 minutes later, Alex pointed. Turn left. The animal shelter? Why? Chase scowled. Alex clapped him on the shoulder. They're full. I can't get a dog. Chase followed behind his brother, grumbling under his breath. Why not? He held the door open, the sound of barking echoing off the concrete walls. It's not my house. Alex rolled his eyes. You told me you and Amanda are going for a real relationship. You're living there for a year, no matter what, and you're fixing the place up. He gave Chase a shove. Just have a look. Why are we really here? Chase put his hands in his pockets and leaned against the wall as they waited for someone to take them to see the dogs. Rose and I want to look into getting a few dogs, trying them out for therapy. For people suffering from PTSD, Chase said. That and other issues. Bandit and Smokey have helped me so much, more than I've helped them. Hey, Alex. A middle-aged woman with short brown hair opened the door, smiling. Come on back. They followed her, the noise level increasing the closer they got to the dogs. You know the drill, she said to Alex. If you need me, let me know. When she left, Chase looked around at all the dogs waiting for their forever home. Some barked at them, others stood quietly, wagging their tails, and others, they curled up in a ball facing the wall. Those dogs broke his heart. Alex spoke softly. You know the guy who works at Stack's, cleans at night? Phil? Chase followed Alex down the row, the barks echoing off the walls. That's him. He has social anxiety to the point he can't deal with being around anyone. It's why he works at night. Like when you were a hermit before you met Rose. Chase looked at each dog, wondering how he'd know if he should adopt one, and if so, which one. Much worse. I felt sorry for myself. He's had a hard life. Alex paused, knelt down in front of some kind of golden retriever mix, talking to the dog. The point is, I heard Smokey had been going to see him at night, the two of them hanging out while Phil worked. He wrote the dog's name on a piece of paper and moved down the row of kennels. Helen said Phil's getting help now. He asked about getting a dog, but wasn't sure he could keep one where he's living. Chase said nothing, knowing his brother would open up if he stayed quiet and listened. It's a way for me to give back. I had so much before. When I lost everything, I thought my life was over. Then I met Rose and ended up with the most notorious dogs in the state. So we're figuring out how we can help others. I thought a few therapy dogs could help guys like Phil. One of them could keep him company at night when he works, or in the daytime when he's off, whatever he needs. It's a great idea. Chase put a hand on Alex's shoulder. Really, it's a good thing you're doing. We want to take the older dogs, maybe some with challenges, like this guy. Alex knelt down, held out his hand, letting the dog sniff. He's blind, but still has so much to give if someone would take a chance on him. Chase cleared his throat. You've changed, grown up. Finding the woman you're meant to be with will do that to you. He met his brother's gaze. You should know. Startled, Chase backed up a step. What do you mean? Amanda. Chase shook his head. I'm afraid she'll tire of a small town and leave. Again. Alex wrote the dog's name on the paper. Give her a chance. They were on their way out when Chase caught sight of a dog and a cat curled up together in the corner of a kennel. The cat was missing an eye, and the dog had a gray muzzle and face. There was something about the two of them. On the way home, Chase ran a hand over his face. Amanda's going to kill me. He stroked the old black cat curled up in his lap. The dog curled at his feet, snoring. They'd stopped and purchased food and toys, along with a leash for the dog. The woman at the shelter assured Chase the cat would walk with the dog. Alex grinned. Better to ask for forgiveness. I've seen her talking to Bandit and Smokey. She'll love both these guys. What are you going to name 'em? Chase considered. I'll let Amanda name 'em. See, you're getting the hang of this marriage stuff. Alex clapped him on the shoulder. Chapter 18. Amanda and Chase were excruciatingly polite to each other over the next week. He'd get up early to work on the boat while she attended her classes, worked on the farm, and looked at fabric samples for the curtains. She'd finally decided on paint colors after picking out new sofas. Temperatures were going up. It was supposed to be 65 today. She put the top down on the little convertible to enjoy the weather as she ran errands and went to class. Her garden plot over by the Great Escape Sanctuary was ready to go. 2 more weeks and she could plant her first crops. Rose and Alex came up with the name based on all the exploits of their dogs. Funny, she thought she heard barking as she locked the car door. Maybe someone had their dog out on the beach. Arms full of groceries, Amanda paused on the landing. Someone was in the house. It sounded like someone walking across the wood floors. Careful not to make any noise, she went back down the stairs until she was leaning against the car. Chase's truck wasn't here, so it wasn't him. She put the groceries on the trunk so she could get her phone out of the pocket of her jeans. Chase, somebody's in the house. Her hands shook as she held the phone to her ear. I'm calling the police, and then I'm going over to Rose's. Amanda, wait. Chase sounded funny. Don't call the cops. You don't have to go. There's no one inside. I can explain. She held the phone out from her ear to stare at the screen as if she could see his face. What was going on? Another bark sounded, and she gasped. There's a dog in the house. That's what I wanted to explain. Chase Harrison, did you get a dog without telling me? She looked up to see a dog with a gray face and one eye peering at her through the window. He looked old, poor thing. Well, he's kinda cute. She picked up the groceries and started up the stairs, the phone between her ear and shoulder. Wait a minute, there's a cat too? A black cat with one eye looked through the window. That cat looked familiar, like the one she'd seen running with Smokey and Bandit, a fish hanging out of its mouth. Got yourself caught, didn't you? Caught? What? Chase said. I'm on my way home. Be there in 10 minutes and I'll explain everything. She ended the call without saying goodbye. Let him sweat on the way home. When she opened the door, Amanda called out, Hey guys, I'm Amanda. Careful not to make any sudden moves, Amanda eased into the house, kicked off her shoes, then carried the bags to the kitchen, setting them on the counter away from the edge and reach of the dog. It was quiet. The dog sat pressed against the side of the sofa, looking at her, while the cat sat on the arm of the sofa. Both animals were black, with gray on their faces. Hey there. The dog's tail thumped. She sat on the opposite sofa. Welcome. Amanda held out her hand. The dog came over, sniffed her hand, his tail wagging. She petted him, talking softly. Aren't you a handsome old man? While she fussed over the dog, the cat slowly made its way over. It sat on the opposite arm of the sofa, watching, then slowly walked over to Sniffer. Hello, are you two family? The cat arched its back as she stroked him. The cat was missing an eye, as was the dog. What had happened to them? She had to put the perishables away, so she went to the kitchen, the dog and cat trailing behind her. Mr. Fish is family, not food. She arched a brow at the cat, who ignored her and washed his face. I mean it. No eating Mr. Fish. The dog watched her every move as she put the groceries away. In the pantry, she found dog and cat food and treats for the animals. When did he get them? Here you go. Amanda gave the dog a biscuit and the cat a couple of crunchy treats. I won't let them eat you, she told Mr. Fish. He swam through the shipwreck in his tank, unconcerned with the new family members. The door opened and Chase rushed in. Hey, take your shoes off. They're muddy, she frowned at him. Sorry, let me explain. The dog barked and ran to Chase, licking him, while the cat wound around his legs. When he could disentangle himself, he joined her on the sofa. First off, I'm sorry for what I said the other day. It was uncalled for. Carrie has a way of bringing out the worst in me. It's why I quit seeing her. I didn't like the person I was when I was with her." He took a deep breath and ruffled the dog's ears. "Will you forgive me?" The anger had dissipated, but she didn't know how to make things right. Relationships were hard. "I'm sorry, too." She stroked the purring cat, who'd curled up on her lap. "I see we have new additions to the family. When did you get them?" With a sheepish look, he held up his hands. "A few days ago. After we argued, Alex took me to the shelter. These two were together. They'd come out of a hoarding situation. Given their advanced age and that they needed to stay together, no one adopted them. They'd been in the shelter a year and their time was up. I thought they'd be happy here." "Is that how they lost an eye?" She absently petted the cat while he talked. "They got infections living in the conditions they were in. The vet couldn't save the eye." The dog let out a sigh and went to sleep. "What are their names?" Amanda noticed a mark on the dog. "Look at that," she pointed. "He has a white spot on his belly that looks like a star." Chase leaned over. "You're right, he does." He scratched the cat behind the ears. "They don't have names. I thought you could name 'em." Then he laughed. "But please don't pick Mr. Dog and Mr. Cat." "Funny, I'll have you know Mr. Fish wanted his name." She smirked at Chase. "I'd call a name and he'd ignore me, but when I said Mr. Fish, he swam over and looked at me." "If you say so." Chase looked unconvinced. He was sweaty and dirty from working on the boat. "You stink." She pinched her nose. He sniffed himself and made a face. "I do. And you didn't even yell at me not to sit on the sofa in my dirty clothes. You're getting soft." She narrowed her eyes. "The animals distracted me. Go shower and change." Amanda patted the cushion next to her, and the dog jumped up, turned around, and went back to sleep. "Hey, how come he gets to get on the sofa?" "He doesn't stink," she laughed. "I picked up groceries. We're all starved. What's for dinner?" It was nice having the dog and cat next to her. Cozy. Halfway up the stairs, Chase called down. "The animals have food in their bowls. We're having steak, baked potatoes, and green beans." "Don't worry," she whispered. "I'll share my steak." "I heard that," he called out. For the first time since she'd arrived in Magnolia Beach again, Shell Cottage felt like home. Later that night over dinner, Amanda told Chase she'd picked out simple linen curtains for the house. And they're washable, which is good, given both of the animals are black. She finished clearing the table and looked at the two critters, sitting side by side, watching her every move. "Spot?" No answer. "Hamlet?" Nothing. We'll figure it out." Chase wrapped up the leftovers and put them in the refrigerator. "I picked up the paint. You went with the bright colors." "I did, but don't worry, no more shell prints." She opened the dishwasher to load the dishes. "What did you pick for the furniture?" He looked like he was afraid she would say hot pink or a leopard print, but she took pity on him. "I picked out sofas and oversized chairs with denim slipcovers so I can wash them." She patted the dog on the head. He handed her the pan from the stove. "You got your toes done. The pink is pretty. I'm glad you didn't pick pink paint." "I like pink, but no pink on the walls." She closed the dishwasher and looked around at the clean kitchen. It was nice having a home-cooked meal and someone to enjoy it with. "Do you have time to help me paint tomorrow?" Chase held the cat, the sleeves of his t-shirt pushed up on tan forearms. He'd gotten his hair cut short, so his neck wouldn't be white while the rest of him tanned over the summer. He had on socks and jeans and looked like he belonged in the kitchen with her. It made her heart thump. I do. We had to order the new seats and cushions, and they won't be in for a few days, so we can take care of all the painting. No more white walls, Amanda smiled. And no more shells. Chapter 19. Amanda itched her nose, grinning when her finger came back bright blue. They'd been painting for 3 days and were on the last room, her bedroom. It would be bright blue with white trim. She loved the crisp white sheets with a pretty hem-stitched border at the top. Rose made her a quilt for the bed in a multitude of colors and even made matching pillow shams. Amanda liked multiple pillows on the bed because sometimes she wanted a firm pillow and other times she wanted a soft squishy pillow. Antique white hobnail glass lamps with blue silk shades looked pretty next to the bed. There was a tall dresser, painted a distressed white, along with 2 nightstands. One had open shelving to place books and other projects she was working on. The other had drawers to stow stuff in. Both were distressed white. It was a cozy, cheery room. They'd painted his room beige. It was the only neutral color in the house. His furniture was dark wood and the comforter blue plaid. Very masculine. There was a model boat on the dresser and a couple of paintings by local artists of the ocean on the walls. She stood back, checking her work. What? Do I have paint on my face? Chase just stood there, looking at her. Is it in my hair? Amanda touched her hair. He took a step towards her, then another, his gaze never leaving her face. You keep looking at me like that, she whispered. He stood inches from her. Like what? She swallowed. Like you want to kiss me. Chase leaned down. His lips brushed hers. There was a thud, the sound of scrabbling, and then chaos. The cat had jumped, missed the dresser, and hit the paint. It went airborne and landed on the 2 of them. Bright blue paint dripped down their faces onto their clothes. Amanda shrieked and jumped back, then catching sight of Chase covered in blue, she clapped a hand to her mouth. A giggle escaped, then another, until they were both doubled over laughing. Did you see the look on his face when he hit the paint? It's a good thing we shut the door, or there'd be blue cat prints all over the house. The cat sat in the corner looking annoyed. Trying not to laugh and failing, Amanda picked him up. We're not laughing at you, Sam. We're laughing with you. The cat patted her hand with his paw and meowed. Wait, Sam? He meowed again. I can't believe it. Chase looked at the cat. You were right. He wiped paint off the black fur. Sorry, buddy. You're getting a bath. Sam slitted his eyes and twitched his tail, obviously not thrilled with the idea. The dog had somehow stayed out of the paint. He wagged his tail, but didn't step in the mess. Amanda considered. You're a good boy, aren't you, Max? The dog barked. Max? He wagged his tail and barked again. You are some kind of dog-naming queen. Chase shook his head. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I'd never have believed it. He looked down at his once white t-shirt and faded jeans. These are toast. You want the shower while I clean off the cat in the laundry tub? Better you than me. I'll be the one who gives him a treat after you've tortured him with a bath. She looked down at her paint-spattered clothes. At least we're done. Thank goodness we had plastic down to cover everything. Amanda wiped her hands and feet with a rag before stepping into the hallway. Her dresser was in the hall while they painted, so she rummaged through the drawers and took her clothes into the shower, shutting the door behind her. He'd kissed her. She touched her fingers to her lips, smiling. Humming to herself, she turned on the water. A while later, she was downstairs curled up on the sofa when her phone rang. She had the cat on her lap and couldn't see the number, so she hit the speaker button. "Hello?" "Amanda, come back." Kevin sounded frantic. "Joe can't handle the clients like you do. He doesn't have your knack for keeping them happy. We've lost 4 of our top clients. He doesn't work like you did. He's always leaving early for a kid's game or staying home with a sick kid, and he never works weekends." Her old boss blew out a breath. "Come back. I'll promote you to director, give you a pay increase, whatever you want." Stunned, she stared out at the ocean. "Amanda, did you hear me?" "I heard you, Kevin." She stroked the softly purring cat. "Well, what's it going to take?" The cat jumped off her lap, and needing to move, she picked up the phone and took it off speaker. Amanda opened the door and went outside, down the stairs, and through the gate to the walkway to the beach. Walking along the shore always helped her think. She loved to take a walk every morning. Kevin was offering her everything she'd ever wanted, and yet... "I have to be here in Magnolia Beach until the end of January." "That's almost a year," he screeched. "That won't work. Can't you work remotely? Fly in to meet clients? We'll make it work." When she said nothing, he spoke again. "I'll double your salary." "Let me think about it." She could make it work. Work remotely, fly to DC as needed. "I need an answer by tomorrow," Kevin grumbled. Chase stopped in the middle of pulling his shirt over his head, listening. It was her old boss. He moved to the doorway and shamelessly eavesdropped on her call. If she didn't want him to hear, she shouldn't have put the call on speaker. She was still talking, but had taken the call off speaker. The door slammed. He watched her take the wooden walkway to the beach, phone pressed to her ear. Max leaned against his leg as he watched her walk along the beach. "She's going to leave us." He rubbed Max's ears while he watched her. Sam the cat joined his brother. "Don't worry, you'll always have a home with me." He turned away, finished getting dressed. Why had he believed they could turn this charade into a real marriage, a partnership? From what he could see, Amanda had been putting down roots, planning to make her life here, with him. At least that's what he thought. Why did she kiss him if she was going to leave? Not that he could blame her. Magnolia Beach was a sleepy little town during the off-season. The high season brought traffic and tourists, but the town didn't change. It was the beach and the people. For some it was enough, but for her, maybe she was too city to come back and stay. It's okay. Whatever she decides, we'll deal with it. If he told himself that enough, maybe it would be true. When he went downstairs, she was in the kitchen pouring a glass of tea. "Want one?" "I'm good. I'm going for a run on the beach with Alex. Want to join us?" She shook her head. "I've never understood the appeal of jogging, but it's such a nice day. I'll take Max and Sam for a walk while you guys run." Was she going to say anything about the call? "We don't have a leash for Sam." Chase eyed the cat, who was ignoring them as he washed. She laughed. "I don't think he'd walk on a leash, but he won't wander far from Max. Those two bonded for life." A pain went through his gut. "I'll see you out there." Chase leaned over, hands on his knees. "When did you get so fast?" "Gotta keep up, little brother." Alex grinned. "You're getting slower and slower." He put a hand up to shade his eyes. "Look at them." He pointed down the beach, where Rose and Amanda walked together, the 3 dogs and the lone cat following along. Every once in a while, one dog would run into the waves, barking. The cat was much too dignified for such behavior. "Looks like Amanda is settling in just fine." He nudged Chase. "Gonna kiss her again?" Chase blew out a breath as he watched her walking on the beach, laughing at the antics of the animals. "I thought so. Her old boss called. Offered her a promotion and a lot more money. He turned to Alex. What if she leaves me? Alex leaned down to retie his sneaker. She's crazy about you. Anyway, she'll inherit a lot of money. Why would she go? I don't know. Just a feeling, I guess. You two have history. Sometimes that history is more of a hindrance than a help. He pushed Chase. It will work out. I have a good feeling. Now come on, I'll race you. Alex took off running, leaving Chase no choice but to follow. The dogs barked, tails wagging, as Chase wiped his forehead. Who's faster now? Alex blew out a breath. By a foot. You two are so competitive. Rose smiled, love in her eyes when she looked at Alex. Amanda was distracted. Did you have a good run? I needed it. He picked up Sam, petting the cat. They stood together talking while the dogs played together. His brother was acting strange. Chase thought he looked like he would throw up. In the middle of Rose and Amanda talking about the changes to the cottage, Alex dropped to one knee. Rose put her hands to her face. The dogs came running over. Sit. All three dogs sat, tails thumping, sensing the excitement in the air. Alex, what are you doing? Rose's eyes were bright. Amanda grinned, watching the scene. Alex cleared his throat and pulled a small black box from his pocket. Rose, you brought me out of the dark and into the light. If it wasn't for you, I'd still be hiding in the house and scaring small children. He opened the box, the ring sparkling in the sunlight. They'd attracted a small crowd who'd looked on, grinning at the man on his knees in the sand. You are my world. I love you, more than life itself. Will you marry me? Rose pulled Alex to his feet, tears streaming down her face. Yes, I'll marry you. He slid the ring on her finger. The dogs barked as everyone hugged. Amanda wiped tears from her face. Congratulations. I'm so happy for both of you. Chase pulled Alex in for a hug. Nice job, brother. During the commotion, the cat had wandered off and was sitting on the walkway railing, ignoring them all. After they'd talked about the wedding, Chase and Amanda walked back to the cottage with Max. Sam wanted to be carried, so Amanda had him in her arms. I'm so happy for them both. They suit each other perfectly. She dug in her pocket and handed him a $10 bill. You were right. I lost the bet. He pocketed the cash. I enjoy winning. Don't I know it? Amanda tilted her head up to the sun. I'm so glad we've had such a nice day before it turns cold again tomorrow. This weather has been crazy. I thought he might propose, but I wasn't sure if he'd beat Earl. Chase watched Amanda as they walked. She held the cat with one arm and slipped her other hand into his. Let's go out to dinner and celebrate. I could go for pasta at that new Italian place across the bridge. Perfect. They'd crossed the walkway and made it up the stairs to the back porch of the house when Amanda stopped. She put the cat down and turned to him. Sit a minute. He sat, bracing himself for whatever was to come. If she was leaving, he'd deal with it. My old boss called. Things haven't gone smoothly since I left. I guess Kevin finally figured out who was doing the bulk of the work. They lost several clients. She stretched her legs out, putting her feet up. She'd worn shorts and a long-sleeved t-shirt today. He offered me a promotion and doubled the money. She wiped her palms on her shorts. Even said I could work remotely, though I'd have to fly to D.C. at least once a month to meet with clients. Chase leaned back in the chair, relief flooding through him. That's great. Are you going to accept? No, she shook her head. They took me for granted and assumed because I was single with no kids that I could work weekends and overtime. I hadn't had a vacation in years. She shifted in the chair to face him. When Graham died, my entire world shifted. The things I wanted changed. I want to sell organic fruits and vegetables to locals and people coming to stay for the week. Helen said she'd be happy to sell whatever the farm produces. I want to grow flowers too, because everyone should have flowers in their house. She looked at him. I turned him down. Magnolia Beach is my home. Shell Cottage is home. Max and Sam are home. Then she leaned forward and gently touched her lips to his. And most important of all, you're my home. It took him a moment before he trusted himself to speak. I'm so happy you're staying. I want to build a life with you, Amanda. Max barked. They laughed as Chase ruffled the dog's ears. Your family, too. Chase sat next to the woman he'd fallen in love with all over again. Could life get any better? Chapter 20. The weather changed, turning warmer as time passed, and more tourists came to Magnolia Beach on the weekends. It was the beginning of May. This weekend, they were having a party to celebrate the reopening of Chasing the Big Ones charter service. Chase and Earl finished the boat just in time as he was booked for the entire high season. I can't thank you enough for your help. Chase guzzled a bottle of water. Hey, there's Mabel. He frowned. I thought Amanda had a class with her today. Earl put away the rest of the tools. No class today. Mabel's going with me to the car show. That was odd. She must have forgotten there wasn't class today. Amanda was happier than she'd ever been. It was nice. She and Chase had their own things, so they weren't together 24/7. He had his fishing business, and she had her farm. One of Mabel's friends took care of the chickens for a share of the eggs. There were a lot of eggs in a variety of colors, from blues to greens to pinks, and all shades of brown. So maybe she'd gone a little overboard, but the heirloom chicken breeds were so cute. The egg overflow would go to the sip-and shop for Hazel to sell. Several locals had put in orders, and Amanda was excited to add duck eggs to her offerings. If someone had told her she'd be happy digging in the dirt, watching her food grow, she would have told them they were crazy. But she'd found peace here in her hometown. Finished for the day, she'd gone home and showered. When she came downstairs, dressed in a t-shirt and jeans, Chase was waiting. You might want to change into a long-sleeved t-shirt. She frowned at him. He was wearing the same thing he'd suggested she change into. Why? It's hot. The grin spread across his face. I bought a bike. He held out a pink helmet, making her smile. I take it that's not yours. Nope, all yours. Want to go for a ride? Boys and their toys. Absolutely. Let me change and put my hair up. 5 minutes. It had been an exhilarating ride. Amanda had forgotten how much fun it was to zip down the roads, the wind blowing against her skin. Chase used to wait for her after school on his bike. The bell would ring, she'd grab her backpack, and there he'd be, in the parking lot, leaning against the wall, the bike next to him, waiting for her. They'd drive all over, finding old winding roads. It had been magical. And today had been magical. When Chase turned onto the street, Amanda saw an unfamiliar car in the driveway. Perhaps a family on vacation pulled into the wrong drive. We should get a helmet and goggles so we can take Max and Sam for a ride. Chase grinned as he helped her off the bike. No, knowing those two, they'd figure out how to drive it themselves and start a motorcycle gang with Bandit and Smokey. They'd be the terror of Magnolia Beach, stealing food left and right. She pulled off the helmet and ran her hands through her hair. The sun was shining. It was a beautiful day. As Chase parked the bike and put their helmets away, a woman came from the beach, using the walkway to the cottage. Can I help you? Which cottage are you looking for? This is Shell Cottage, yes. Owned by Margaret Smith. The woman didn't look familiar, so if she was a friend of Graham's, it was someone Amanda had never met. Margaret Smith was my grandmother. She passed away recently. The woman was a little taller than Amanda. She wore tight jeans and a tight tank top. The shoulder-length bleached blonde hair was teased up high and didn't move with the breeze blowing off the ocean. With her long red nails and heavy makeup, she looked older than she must have been. The woman pushed big red sunglasses up on her head and looked Amanda up and down. "You're Amanda." "Is everything okay?" Chase walked over, Max and Sam following close behind. Max barked at the woman and didn't come closer. Whoever this woman was, the animals didn't like her. "I think so." Amanda took hold of Chase's hand. Something wasn't right. "Do I know you? Were you a friend of my grandmother?" The woman flounced over on red high heels and pulled her into a hug. The overwhelming perfume made her sneeze. Just as fast, the woman stepped back and wrinkled her nose. "Gracious, I hope you're not sick." She dug in a huge leather bag, pulled out a bottle of hand sanitizer, and cleaned off her hands. How rude. "Who are you?" Chase put himself between Amanda and the woman. "Honestly, I can't believe you don't know your own mama, honey." "What did you say?" Spots filled her vision. Her stomach churned, and Amanda swayed. Max whined. Chase wrapped an arm around her, pulling her close. The woman eyed Chase. "Well, aren't you a fine-looking man?" She arched a brow at Amanda. "Watch this one. The handsome ones always leave." "I don't... that is... how... Graham told me you were dead." Amanda finally shoved the words lodged in her throat out of her mouth. She looked at the silver car. "Is my dad with you?" This was so surreal. Had Chase crashed the bike, and she was in the hospital in a coma? The woman sniffed. "That worthless man, he knocked me up with you, and I never saw hide nor hair of him again." She studied her nails. "I've had 3 husbands since then. I'm lucky number 4 now. Though Fred couldn't come. His gout's acting up." It was too much to take in. Sensing her distress, Sam jumped into her arms. "Why don't we sit on the porch and I'll get everyone some tea?" Chase leaned close to her ear. "If you want her to leave, say the word." She squeezed his hand, drawing strength from him. "Tea would be nice. We can sit, and you can tell me what you're doing here after all these years." Though Amanda had a good feeling she knew why her mother was here. When she looked closer, she noticed they had the same eyes and nose. "I'm parched." The woman marched up the stairs and plopped down in a chair on the porch. The railing was warm under her hand as Amanda slowly put one foot in front of the other until she was staring at her mother. She sat as Sam curled up in the chair next to her and Max laid down by her feet. The woman, she couldn't think of her as her mom, made a face. "I can't abide animals. They make such a mess. Hair all over the place." She shuddered. "We love them. They sleep on the furniture and in the beds." It was petty, but it helped Amanda take back control. Chase heard what she said as he came outside and stifled a snort. He handed them the glasses, then met her gaze. "Do you want me to stay?" She shook her head, needing to do this alone. "No, I'll be fine." "Ma'am?" Chase nodded to the woman sitting on the porch, looking like she owned the place. After he went inside, the woman leaned back and stared out at the ocean. "I'd forgotten how pretty it is here." "I'm at a loss. Why now? Why show up after all these years?" Amanda's hand shook as she took a drink of tea. "Did my grandmother know you were alive?" Your name is Charlotte, right? Yes, but you call me Mama. Her mom patted her hand. She wore gold bracelets, several rings, and 3 necklaces. It was quite a sight to take in. I'll stick with Charlotte. Her mom pouted. Whatever you want, sugar. She took a deep breath. The ocean would be nice if it wasn't so windy. Charlotte, why are you here? Amanda was losing patience. Her nerves were strung tight, and she was close to screaming. Her mom laughed. I want my inheritance. Amanda's stomach plunged. Money. It was about money. Charlotte didn't want her, just Graham's money. This house should be mine. Her mother glared at her. I know she had plenty of money put aside. By rights, it should be mine. When I met with the lawyer, he never mentioned you. Did he know you were alive? Why would Graham tell me you were dead? Amanda looked out at the families on the beach, playing and spending time together. What she wouldn't have given to have a mom growing up. Charlotte sneered. Old man Snow told me Mama didn't leave me a cent, left everything to you. She rattled the ice cubes in her tea. Unable to sit still, Amanda stood. Let me get you some more tea. The animals followed her inside. As she refilled their glasses, Chase came down the stairs. Is she gone? He pulled her into a hug. How are you doing? She's still out there. Amanda wiped her eyes. She heard about Graham. Came back because she wants money. What can I do? Throw her out? Chase glared out at Charlotte. Go meet Alex and go for your run. She blew her nose. I can handle her. He hugged her tight. I don't like seeing you hurt. It's been a shock finding out she's alive. But hearing her talk, how she only wanted money, that woman is a stranger to me. She's not my mother. Graham was my mom. I've got my phone. Call if you need me to throw her in the ocean. That got a small smile out of her. I will. She left the animals with Chase and took the tea out to the woman who'd abandoned her as a child. You need to do what's right, Amanda. She was my mama, and I deserve this place. Amanda took a deep breath. Why did you leave me? I was just a kid, younger than you. I wasn't ready to be tied down with a bratty kid. Charlotte took a sip of her tea. You're pretty, not as pretty as I was, but still, you know how it is. No, I don't. All I ever wanted was a mom and dad. She pulled a hair tie out of her pocket and pulled her hair up into a ponytail. The boy who fathered you wanted nothing to do with me or with you. She huffed out a breath. I couldn't wait to get out of this little town. I went out to Las Vegas, worked as a showgirl. That's where I met my first husband. She cocked her head, looking Amanda over. I see you're married. It'll be the biggest mistake of your life. He'll take your money, tell you what to do. She nodded her head. You wait and see. Chase isn't like that. Sure he's not, sugar. Charlotte finished her tea. He just wants your money. He'll leave you. Like you? Now, Amanda, it's not like that. Your grandmother and I decided it would be best to tell you I'd passed. I couldn't take you, but I'm here now. Right. She knew you'd never come back. That's why she kept it from me. Let me guess. You're moving back here? Charlotte squirmed in the chair. No, Fred has his mattress store. We like it in Vegas. There's so much to do. You've had 26 years to come back. You only showed up now because you thought I'd be so happy to see my mother that I'd gladly give you money. Charlotte pushed away from the table. You don't need all this. You know how much this place would sell for? She slung her big bag over her shoulder. Give me half the money. I'll go back to Vegas, and you can play house with that husband of yours. No, I'm not giving you a single dollar. Charlotte pushed her sunglasses up on her nose. You listen to me, missy. If I leave, I'm never coming back. Stomach in knots, the ocean roaring in her ears, Amanda held on to the table as she stood. Leave. It's what you're good at. Amanda squared her shoulders. Graham was my mom, my dad, and my grandmother, all rolled into one. I don't need you. I've made my own family here. She lifted her chin. Goodbye, Charlotte. Chapter 21. The weeks after the encounter with her mom left Amanda out of sorts. She finished cleaning out the attic, and while doing so, found some old letters between Graham and Charlotte. In them, Graham begged her to come home, to take responsibility, but Charlotte wanted to have fun. It was Charlotte who said she was never coming back, to tell Amanda she was dead. It made her sad Graham hadn't told her the truth. In a way, she understood what she was trying to protect her, but the little girl within, she hurt and felt betrayed. Some scars never went away. They lingered, waiting to break open and cause pain all over again. It was May. The beaches were packed on the weekends, and soon they'd be packed during the week. She and Rose had taken to riding their bikes around town. It was so much easier than trying to find a parking spot for the car. Chase was busy, his business booming. On the weekends, she wouldn't see him until dinner time. He came in the door, sweaty and tan, as she quickly ended the call. Was that Rose? We're supposed to be there for the cookout at 7. No, wrong number. I'm ready to go, so whenever you shower and change, we can leave. He frowned at her, but went up the stairs to get ready. The design for the pool was finished, and she'd been telling the builder which tiles she wanted when Chase came in, so she quickly ended the call so he wouldn't find out. It would be the best surprise ever. At the cookout, he was quiet, but she chalked it up to the long days out on the boat. They'd had to keep the animals inside on the weekends. People in town knew them and tolerated their antics, but people on vacation wouldn't be so understanding when their hamburgers went missing from their grill. They'd finished the house inside and out, except for one thing. Amanda had gotten approval to put in the pool and had been working with the builder. She wanted it to be a surprise for Chase, since he'd liked the hot tub so much. When the waves were too rough or there were rip currents, it would be nice to swim in the pool. Chase thought she was crazy to want a pool until the beach was closed for 2 days because of jellyfish. After that, he conceded it was a good idea, but he had no idea she was moving forward. On a Wednesday, in the second week of May, Amanda ran into someone else from her past. She'd been out running errands all morning and had decided to have lunch outside at the Beachcomber Cafe. Finished with her salad, she was relaxing for a few minutes before she biked home when a shadow blocked out the sun. Amanda, my cousin said you'd moved back. She opened her eyes to see a man standing there wearing a polo shirt and plaid shorts. He was balding and had a potbelly. Sorry, do we know each other? Taking her words as an invitation, he sat in the chair across from her. It's Billy Parrish. Billy? Wow, it's been a long time. The guy who'd caused all the problems between her and Chase. As much as she'd like to dump her tea over his head, she decided not to give him the satisfaction. So, you married Chase? He motioned the server over and asked for a beer. I did. When did that happen? This was the trouble with small towns. You kept running into people you wanted nothing to do with. We reconnected, got married in January. What are you doing in town? The guy was pasty white, so she knew he didn't live anywhere nearby. I live in Chicago, VP at a hedge fund. He slouched in the chair, looking around the deck. She narrowed her eyes. Have you seen Chase? I heard you two lost touch. It was time to go. The clouds were rolling in. There'd be an afternoon storm any time now. Billy drank half his beer and shrugged. People move on. High school friends don't stay friends. He looked around. eyes lingering on a table of people on vacation. Unless they stay in rinky-dink towns like this. They're only good for spending a few days at the beach. Otherwise, they're boring. How's Chase's little fishing boat? Amanda gave the passing server money for lunch. Keep the change. Lunch was great. She stood, noticing Billy eyeing her. From all the time working in the garden, she was tan. Today she'd worn white shorts, a navy t-shirt, and pulled her hair back with a brightly colored scarf. Her flip-flops sparkled in the sun. You know, it's all coming back to me. What a jerk you were, even back in high school. How you were jealous of Chase. He drained his beer and followed her out to her bike. Billy put a hand on her arm. Hey, I'm sorry. He shrugged. I know I can be a jerk sometimes. It comes with the job. She would not let him ruin her day. Forget it. It was ancient history. I don't expect everyone to love small towns. After being back, I can't imagine living anywhere else. There's something magical about Magnolia Beach. It weaves a spell and makes you want to put down roots. He took a step closer. Close enough, she could see the broken blood vessels around his red nose, smell the alcohol on his breath. I might have stayed if you had, but you ran off to Washington, D.C. What? She pulled away. You should leave. I think you've had too much to drink. Billy stepped into her space, trapping her against the wall next to her old-fashioned pink bike. I had such a crush on you in high school. He reached out. She slapped his arm away, anger sparking. You and Chase were best friends. Amanda took a step forward, forcing him to step back. I know what you did, how you lied to him, told him we were fooling around. Isn't that against the guy code? Thunder rumbled and lightning flashed across the darkening sky. I need to get back before I get drenched. Billy grabbed her hand, his palms sweaty. Why, Amanda? Why didn't you pick me? I loved Chase. Loved Chase. She pulled back, but he held tight to her hand. Billy yanked her to him, and before she knew what was happening, he planted one on her, slobbered all over her face as he kissed her. It was like Max licking her. Gross. Breathing through her nose, she stomped on his instep, shoving him backwards, and slapped him across the face. No, how dare you? Rigid with anger, Amanda wanted to punch him in the face. Billy sneered at her. You thought you were better than everyone. So did your grandmother. You and Chase, the golden couple. He laughed, an ugly laugh, as the skies opened up, the cool rain doing nothing to ease her temper. Don't you wonder what happened all those years ago? Why he left you waiting on the pier all night long? Amanda poked him in the shoulder. I know exactly what happened. We talked about it, how you caused so much trouble. If you two were so perfect together, why did you believe me? He turned into a bitter jerk. You were his best friend. Why wouldn't I? Billy tried to kiss her again, and Amanda lost hold of her temper. She cocked back her fist and popped him in the face. Blood spurted from his nose. No means no. Blood ran from his nose, down his lip, and weak chin to his shirt. You broke my nose. Good. You're lucky I don't call the police. Amanda wheeled her bike away from Billy. And living in this rinky-dink small town, I know the police, so they'll arrest you, you jerk. By the time she got home, she was soaked. Amanda ran up the stairs, so agitated she forgot to kick off her shoes. Chase! Chase, you'll never guess who's in town. But he wasn't there. With the storm, he should have been back by now. Had something happened? The phone she'd left on the counter that morning to charge beeped with an incoming text. Thank goodness. Amanda picked up the phone, opened the text, and swore. The text was from Chase. It was a picture of her and Billy kissing. He'd missed the moment later when she'd slapped him and then when she'd punched the loser. Guess history repeats itself. I should have believed Billy. You lied. Again. He told me he was going to meet you, said you two were getting together when our year was up. I'll pay you back the money I've spent. I don't want the rest. Have a good life, Amanda. Don't contact me again. No! This could not be happening. Couldn't Chase see Billy was just like Carrie, trying to stir up trouble? She texted him back, but the message failed. When she called, the message told her the phone wasn't accepting calls from her number. He'd blocked her. Amanda slid down the wall, tears falling. She didn't know how much time had passed when she stood, stiff from sitting in the same position for so long. It was still raining, the drops sliding down the windows. The shock and sadness turned to anger. After everything they'd been through, how dare he not give her a chance to explain? Worse, how dare he believe she'd cheat on him? And with Billy, of all people. She tried Rose, but her phone went straight to voicemail. Like Amanda, Rose was always forgetting to charge her phone. So she called Alex. "Where is he?" she snarled into the phone. Alex's voice was clipped, cold. "He doesn't want to see you or talk to you." "Where are Max and Sam?" She pressed the heel of her hand against her forehead. "They're here. We're happy to keep them." She held the phone away from her ear, staring at it. "You listen to me, Alex. They are my family, and I want them back. As soon as this storm stops, I'm coming to get them. You know Max is afraid of thunder." "Why did you do it? Hurt my brother?" Frustration exploded out of her. "I didn't do anything," she shouted at him, telling him the truth. If your pig-headed brother would have taken a moment to think, he would have realized Billy set him up. Alex sighed. "I'm sorry. I should have known you wouldn't cheat." He cleared his throat. "The pool is a great idea, but when you think about it from his perspective, you can see why he thought you were cheating. Secret phone calls and meetings when no one knew where you were. You should have pulled Rose and I in on your surprise." "I was afraid you'd slip and tell him." Amanda was angry and sad at the same time. "You and Rose should know me well enough by now to know I wouldn't cheat." She went upstairs to change out of her damp clothes. It was time to knock some sense into her husband. "I'll be there in 20 minutes. "Amanda, wait." Alex cleared his throat. "Chase isn't here. You can't reach him, not for a year. He's signed on with a fishing boat in Alaska. He's on his way to the airport." There was a pause, and he said, "In fact, he should board shortly. I'm sorry." Chapter 22. Chase was gone. Amanda called the airport, only to find out the flight to Alaska was taxiing down the runway. Sam jumped on the counter next to her as she leaned against the white cabinets. "If he can leave us without talking about what he thinks he saw, then we don't need him." The black cat with one eye rubbed against her arm. Shell Cottage was her home. Amanda had turned it into her own space, her sanctuary. With a sigh, she looked at the mint green walls. A piece of her soul was in this place. It was too bad she'd have to give it up. With Chase leaving, Amanda couldn't fulfill the terms of her grandmother's will. She'd lose the cottage. It wasn't like she could afford this place on her own. Sitting here brooding wasn't doing her any good. "You guys are going to spend a few days with your cousins." A quick call to Rose, and Amanda had made plans to leave the animals and Mr. Fish with Rose and Alex for a week. She wanted to go back to D.C., see if the place still spoke to her. She'd have to live somewhere once she gave up the cottage. Alex said he'd take care of the garden, and the chickens were in good hands, so she didn't have to worry. Once she came back, she'd go see the lawyer and plan for the rest of her life. What on earth had she been thinking? Amanda hated the traffic and the noise. With a groan, she pulled the pillow over her head, but it was no use. She got out of bed, showered, and looked out the hotel window. Time to sightsee. Later that day, Amanda admitted defeat. Had Magnolia Beach changed her? Or was it a combination of losing Graham and changing her mindset? Amanda hadn't been paying attention as she wandered around the mall, looking at the monuments. In an instant, a thief cut the straps on her purse and took off. Not a single person stepped in to help. Her phone was in her pocket, and she'd left her wallet in the hotel room safe. So all the thief got away with was her sunscreen, lip balm, and a couple $100 in cash. People hurried along to work. Others were eager to get to the next place and check it off their list of must-see attractions. How had she lived every day with so much noise and traffic? She'd gone to her favorite cafe for lunch and felt alone, empty. The ring sparkled on her hand. She hadn't been able to bring herself to take it off. The pink ring on her right hand made her snort. You were supposed to bring me luck. That night, she'd woke in the middle of the night, heart pounding, covered in sweat, and unable to breathe. A panic attack, they told her at the walk-in health center. Not a heart attack like she'd thought. She'd checked out the next morning. There was nothing here for her. It didn't matter Chase left. Amanda had built a life in Magnolia Beach in the short time she'd been there. Community, connection, things that were now important to her. She missed the beach, the friendliness of the people. Rose called every day to check on her, even put the animals on video so she could talk to them. Come home, Rose said. With her hair up in a baseball cap and sunscreen plastered over every exposed inch of skin, Amanda drove back to the beach with the top down the whole way. The next day, she made an appointment to see the lawyer. It's so nice to see you again. Alice led her back to the office. I love the eggs from your chickens. I'm glad you're enjoying them. What ails you and Stax wants to purchase eggs from us, so I'm adding to the flock. Amanda knocked, then opened the door to the office. Amanda, come in. Mr. Snow rose to greet her. He waited until Alice shut the door before speaking. Have a seat. Can I get you anything? No. Tears pricked her eyes. I can't fulfill my grandmother's wishes. She held out the keys to Shell Cottage. Pleased her hand didn't shake. The cottage is in great shape. We painted it inside and out. I realize I don't get the money either. Do I need to pay back what I've received? She gratefully accepted the tissue he handed her. They sat in chairs facing each other, a kind look on the lawyer's face. If I know Graham, she'll have picked out a few worthwhile charities. They'll be thrilled to get the money. The lawyer looked tanned and happy. Marriage must agree with him. What happened? I heard you and Chase were going through some adjustments. Adjustments. A snort escaped. A failure to communicate is one of the biggest issues in the world today. I've learned my lesson, but it's too late. He's gone, and he couldn't bother to talk to me before he hightailed it out of town. She leaned forward, touched the keys on the table in front of her. A house is just a house. It's love that makes a house a home. I'll find someone else to live here in town. Harrington went to his desk, came back with a file folder. He sat beside her, taking her hand in his. She looked down. His soft, wrinkled hands reminded her of Graham. He gave her hand a pat. You tried, and from what I saw and heard, you and Chase were happy. He opened the file folder. As you've offered to give everything back, I am instructed to inform you of the final condition of the will. The money and the house are yours. His eyes twinkled. "And your grandmother can't believe she was wrong about Chase." He read from a handwritten note. "She's sorry for any pain, but hopes she won't stay closed off from love." He gave her the note. She held it to her nose, inhaled. The faint scent of her grandmother's perfume enveloped her. Gram always had to have the last word. She blew her nose and wiped her eyes. A small laugh escaped. "Thank you, Mr. Snow. I don't know what else to say." She had a hand on the door when he called out, "Amanda." She looked over her shoulder. "Yes." The lawyer grinned. "Chase is an idiot. Talk to him. It's amazing what a good old-fashioned heart-to-heart can fix." Her shoulders slumped. "That's just it. He's gone. To Alaska. Some fishing boat thing. He won't be back for a year, and won't have any way to communicate while he's gone." She took a deep breath. "I'm done waiting for that man. If he can't see what he lost, I don't want him." "Well said." The lawyer walked her out. "If you need anything, come and see me." "I will. Thank you." Outside, she tilted her head up to the sun, breathed deeply. The salt air so thick she could taste it. It was good to be home. She had friends, her furry family, and her farm. She'd be fine. Love wasn't in the stars for her, and that was okay. She'd make her own stars. Chapter 23. Chase wiped his face. He was such an idiot. What was he thinking to leave without talking to Amanda? It was like he was repeating history. While he waited for his flight, Chase knew he'd made a mistake. Billy was a jerk. The more he replayed the scene, the more he was sure Amanda didn't initiate the kiss. The call went out over the intercom for the flight to board, but he sat in the chair unmoving, sat in the gate area until it emptied, filled again, and emptied yet again. Then he'd called Earl, found out where good old Billy was living and working. The drive to Chicago went by fast as Chase pushed the speed limit to confront the guy who'd pawed his wife. When Billy walked out of the glass and steel building to find Chase waiting, well, he knew he'd been right. The guy who'd had his back throughout high school admitted everything. Chase knew two things. One, Billy had never really been his friend. He'd been jealous, which was stupid. And two, not knowing who had done the kissing, Chase had already forgiven Amanda. He loved her too much to let a kiss come between them. What they had meant too much to throw away. When he left Chicago, Chase took his time driving back, coming up with ways to make it up to her. He ran a hand through his hair. He'd spend the rest of his life making it up to her if she'd take him back. It took him 3 weeks to make his way back home, time enough to understand he'd been afraid of losing her. He'd let fear cloud his judgment. He stopped at the cemetery to talk to his mom, spent a few days in the town where they'd lived. Chase knew deep in his gut what he had with Amanda. It was the real, once-in-a-lifetime deal. Instead of going to the cottage, he pulled into the driveway at Alex's. "What are you doing here? Thought you were in Alaska." Alex glared at him. Rose stomped down the stairs, smacked him on the side of the head. "What were you thinking, you big jerk?" Chase held his hands up. "I know. I made the biggest mistake in the world." He told them about missing his flight, driving to confront Billy, who had peed his pants when he saw Chase leaning against his shiny silver BMW. "How's Amanda?" "Hurt. You really messed up." Alex punched him in the shoulder. "How can I fix things?" Chase noticed Bandit and Smokey were alone. "Sam and Max?" "Amanda took them home." Alex went up the steps. "You coming?" Rose poked a finger in his chest. "You stink." Ouch! He rubbed his chest. I drove straight through. She rolled her eyes. Go get a shower. When Chase came downstairs, they were waiting. Sit down. There's news. Alex handed him a beer. Is Amanda okay? She's the best that can be expected, but this isn't about her. My uncle died in a scuba diving accident. He'd been hiding out in Greece. Alex put an arm around Rose. He'd gambled most of the money away, but they recovered $500,000. We want you to have it. That way, if Amanda kicks you to the curb, you won't have to live on your boat, Rose said. He shook his head. Don't you want the money? He stole everything from you. I don't want anything from him. It's your money. Alex sighed. Take it, invest it in your business. I'll be your partner, silent partner. Really? Chase could give Amanda back the money. He only prayed she'd take him back. Yes. Alex looked at Rose. We talked about it. We want you to have it. He hugged them both. I don't know what to say. Thank you. Rose rolled her eyes. Go. Amanda should be home from the farm. Make things right with my sister-in-law. She's family. I'd hate to beat you to a pulp. Alex stood, walked Chase outside. Make things right with your wife. Chase took a deep breath. If you don't hear from me, she killed me and fed me to the fish. His brother grinned. Then you'd better have a fantastic apology ready. Amanda was in the kitchen, singing along to the radio, organizing the pantry, when Max barked, his tail wagging madly, and ran to the door. There was a knock. Good boy, you're such a good watchdog. He barked and turned in circles. When she opened the door, Amanda's good mood vanished. Chase, what do you want? Max darted through her legs, excited to see Chase. He knelt down, petting the old dog, letting Max lick him. Sam sat in the sunlight on the rug in the great room, ignoring the commotion. Can I come in? Please. Chase waited, a sad look on his face that did nothing but stoke her anger. You have a key, or did you lose it? Though she stepped back to let him inside. I lost the right to use it when I acted like a little kid. He knelt down to pet Sam. The cat purred, then having enough of the love, nipped Chase on the hand. I get it. Enough with the petting. He stood. You look great. Great. I look great. You've been gone 3 weeks, left without a word, and now you show up here and tell me I look great? She stomped to the door to the deck and went outside, mumbling about men under her breath. Amanda went down the stairs and stretched out in one of the Chase lounges by the pool. She needed to clear her head. Why was he back? Why now? And did she want him back? Footsteps sounded on the steps. A shadow fell over her. He stood dressed in a pair of shorts and a t-shirt, looking like he'd lost his best friend. You had the pool put in. Quit hovering over me like a vulture and sit. He kicked off his shoes and sat on the edge of the pool, dangling his feet in the water. What you've done here, it's real nice. With a sigh, she got up and joined him. The water was cool, but with the sun shining down, it would feel great when she jumped in later. You left us without a word, just like back then. Amanda looked at her pink toes as she swung her feet back and forth in the water. The times I asked if you were at class, and when you took phone calls outside, or hung up when I came in, it was for the pool, wasn't it? She looked over at him. He turned to face her. He looked worn around the edges. Yes, you like the hot tub so much. I wanted to surprise you by having a pool put in. Amanda trailed her fingers through the water. I can see how it must have looked. I should have told you. Then she flicked water at him. But you left us. Chase took a deep breath, told her about seeing Billy, him kissing her. If you would have waited 1 minute longer, you would have seen me slap that jerk. She shuddered. Do you know, it was like being licked all over by Max. Disgusting. Amanda made a face, remembering the incident. He has the worst breath ever. Worse than that time Max ate old fish guts. He left out the part about you slapping him, and the part about you breaking his nose. I'd wondered what happened. Chase leaned back on his hands. But he told me his new girlfriend is moving to Chicago. Carrie. Shut the front door. She wrinkled her nose. Those two deserve each other. Good riddance. She tucked the short sleeves of her t-shirt under her bra straps to tan her arms while they sat outside. So, you went to see Billy. He admitted he kissed you, admitted everything. And I agree. I'm glad Carrie's gone. Chase wiped the sweat from his brow with the hem of his t-shirt. I was wrong. Again. I should have trusted you. He took off his ball cap and ran his hands through his hair. The man needed a haircut. I thought about how I messed things up between us, how I'd let the lies and betrayals between Alex's dad and my mom cloud what was between us. It's why it took me so long to come back. Amanda bit her lip. You didn't get on the plane to Alaska. You went to see Billy instead. I couldn't leave again. This is where I belong. With you. Chase took her hands in his. You're the song stuck in my head, the happiness in my heart. Please forgive me. I was so hurt when you left. Then I was angry. Amanda stared into his eyes, the only guy she'd ever really loved. They both had issues in their past. But now she thought they'd finally buried them, once and for all. I forgive you. Then to lighten the mood, she made a face. You know, I can never surprise you with another gift. You'll think I've run off with some guy, He pulled her close, kissed her. I won't ever doubt you again. Chase kissed her again. You're the constant in my life, always there, like the ocean. He touched her cheek. Say you'll be mine forever. Marry me. She looked at him like he'd lost his mind. We're already married. A grin filled his face. I know, but I wanted to ask you. You asked me the first time. You always were stubborn. Amanda shook her head. Is that a yes? She rolled her eyes. Yes. With a yelp, he pulled her into the pool. When they surfaced, he pulled her into his arms, stared into her eyes. Her breath hitched. There it is. He tilted his head. What? That look, she whispered. Huh? Soaking wet and happy, Amanda hugged him tight. The look that says you love me. I do. I love you more than the breath in my body. He leaned against the edge of the pool, an arm around her. I'll tell you every day, 1,000 times, my beautiful and kind wife. I love you too. Amanda swore she caught the scent of gardenias. Amanda. She turned to him. I'd like to give you the money back. I don't feel right keeping it. She listened to the gulls, the sound of the ocean, felt the sun on her skin, and knew everything was exactly as it should be. It isn't my money. It's ours. That night, a little before midnight, Chase and Amanda drove to the pier, Max and Sam with them. Graduation caps in hand, they walked to the end of the pier, tassels blowing in the warm breeze. Ready? Amanda pulled black markers out of the pocket of her shorts. She handed him one. Write our wish and throw them in." Chase took the marker from her. Amanda put her hat on the rail, wrote her married name, and with a smile, wrote her wish. He held up the cap. On 3, they tossed them into the sea, watching as the caps bobbed on the waves and then vanished. "What did you wish?" Chase wrapped his arms around her. "I didn't." She looked up at him. "I wrote thank you for bringing us together. What did you wish for?" 1,000 years with you." Then he shifted, pressed something into her hand. Amanda stepped back and opened her palm, quickly closing it so the scrap of fabric wouldn't blow away. Her eyes were damp when she met his gaze. "It's from your dress, on our first date." His voice was rough, full of emotion. "You kept it all this time." She gave the scrap back to him, watched as he put it in his pocket. "You've always been with me." "Look," Amanda pointed to the sky, to the shooting star. Joy filled her. "Thank you, Graham." "Your Graham always has to have the last word." Chase grinned, swept her up into his arms. "Let's go home."